Today was awesome. Dude, I have coffee. I've already finished a cup of coffee. But because it's Monday, all the leaderboards reset. 1 penny, one single bit will get you to #1 on the leaderboard. All right. All right, welcome back to Boltfishers. Boltfishers, a fortress filled with anxiety and stress. You can't make any with your power, right? Hey, no discussion of coffee, chat. We can't make Danuge's mouth water. So Boltfishers is a not necessarily unfortunate. Unfortunate would be the wrong word. Boltfishers is a very high stress fort for our poor dwarves because it's primarily a outdoors fortress with this little layout, as you can see. The problem with this fortress is it is will surely never be unseated. Thank you for taking that bot lump. 2 bits to pass lump. Anyway, so the problem with us being fully outdoors generally wouldn't be too bad, but it's always torrential downpour here. Like, it's always raining. So the dwarves are very stressed out. And we've had to expel a whole lot of dwarves. But we're still going about our plans regardless. Over here is an above-ground tavern that we just finished building. We need to do some housing for it. So we're letting our guests hang out here if and when they arrive. Currently, there's just a bunch of merchants hanging around. There's no actual guests, but hopefully we'll get some. We're going to need to make some bedrooms for guests at some point. I do have a single stairway going down to here. So I'm going to dig out this area down here and make some sleeping rooms for our guests. That or like maybe just like dig into this wall here and put them there. I don't know, but then this will just be full of water, so I don't have an idea this is. Down here we are growing rice, this little underground area. We also have a couple fruit trees, and as you can see, there is Jack Nurick working very hard to get the fruit out of the fruit trees. We have the traders there, and we actually have power. There's a bunch of rotating axles here. They're powered off of wind, and I don't know why this last one hasn't been constructed yet. I'm waiting on it. We have a strange mood, Dwarf. I don't actually know if you got everything that you needed. Did you? No, you did not. All right, so we got to work on that. We got lots and lots of trees that have been chopped down. We are at war with the elves. Hopefully they don't attack us because I have no military. And we would just get wrecked if they did. But that's okay. This fortress is kind of meant to be like a shortish experiment, not really a super long in the wind run. No, it's not your dwarf. Your dwarf's just eating and kind of depressed apparently. You've been under a great deal of stress, and you were exasperated when caught in the rain, and you're frustrated after being unable to practice craft for too long. Which means we should probably give you bone crafting, which is probably the most popular crafting option around. Which probably everybody should have, honestly. Make more spots for them to bone craft. But we have a wild boar. Tame some wild boars. But yeah, that's the fortress right now. As for underground areas, let's go down a little bit, and I'll show you guys kind of layout. That's our seed storage as well as the garden area. But if I go down, down. We have this kind of area, which I'm actually really pleased with this layout. It looks really cool in my opinion. I've got kind of like that snaking hallway, and I have a little above area that bumps up right here so that they can walk over to the kitchens and then down and into the tavern. So they have to go up, over, and down into the tavern. We also have a guild hall over here. And right here we have our prison that we're working on. I need to expand it a little bit, but so far so good. Sheriff B-Lug has been doing a great job beating the shit out of everybody and taking them into prison when they do bads, because that's been happening a lot. Because, you know, we're a dirty fishing village, apparently, with low-end dwarves that just get mad all the time. So, welcome to the Fortress of Boltfishers. Never will you ever find a worse hive of scum and villainy. But, That's us. If anybody would like a dwarf, we do have a bunch of unnamed dwarves in various jobs and disciplines. If somebody would like one, just give me a shout. Oh, yeah, also, this is our Fisher Dwarves guild hall. So I want to say this... Actually, do you want square block? You might just want... Yes. Some rock blocks. I think that's the problem. I think we have no block. Ump would like a dwarf. Do you have any preference of job, Ump? I do have a militia captain available. We have some animal trainers, some fisher dwarves, which is our primary point of this fortress, is fishing. We have a bunch of beekeepers and various planters that are all being transferred into fishing dwarves. And a couple managers. We got a doctor, got a mechanic. You want the doctor? Dragonman feels euphoric due to inebriation, but didn't feel anything after seeing a reindeer cow's dead body. He has one child, Yushat Seal Treaties, the son of Mural Autumn Sun. 89 years old, born on the 18th of Timber in the year 68. His sideburns are clean shaven and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is arranged in double braids and his very long hair is braided. He has a long, prominent chin. His eyelashes are quite long. His hair is sepia with flecks of gray. His neck bears the marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. His eyes are gold. He personally sees war as a useful means to an end and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Does not particularly value the truth and dreams of mastering a skill. He could care less about his appearance and talents and other vanities. And he is very greedy. He can be very happy and optimistic and easily falls in love. He often develops positive feelings and he is somewhat scatterbrained. He dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. He prefers to present himself modestly and has a little interest in joking around. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he can handle stress. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, tends to think before acting. Since, I think... Okay, yeah, no, I do still have it. You'd like the mechanic, Lump? You can have the mechanic. Lump. Lump, he's in my head. You killed 2 goblins and an elf. Kills. No health problems. Relationship-wise, you do have a husband, but he's not in the fort. You worship the regular pantheon of deities. Doesn't feel anything due to inebriation. Ugh. But was horrified after seeing Sodil die, and she was afraid after experiencing trauma. Doesn't feel anything. Should be feeling great. Pretty much, yeah. She's 63 years old, born on the 22nd of Moonstone in the year 94. There's a mosquito in my apartment, and her hair is clean shaven. Her ears are somewhat narrow, and her hair is sepia. Her skin is pale chestnut, and her eyes are gold. And I don't know if you heard that, but the mosquito is now dead. I'm wiping my hand off on my pants because I'm disgusting. She personally always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations. She was dour as a rule, and she is conflicted by this, as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is curious and eager to learn, and she is moved by art and natural beauty, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She has little interest in joking around, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific venture. Mosquito be much deaded. Okay, something I need to do. Make a raising bridge. Hello, animal. Yo, I asked earlier, I DM'd you on Discord and asked, you may have seen it, but can I show that picture? It's hot damn. Need more masons. Kind of need somebody to go make rock blocks. Oh, there you go. Euthris is making us rock blocks. So guys, check this out. Also, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, !VID in chat will give you the most recent today in Dwarf Fortress, and it's about this fort. This is something that Animal posted in Discord earlier. Look at that constant lightning. Like, I don't think I've ever seen that much lightning. Just look at that shit. Like, holy hell. So your location is unrecognizable?
Baby Brian.
It's like, oh my god.
Baby Brian.
Holy crap. Seriously. Ridiculous, man. It shows that you can be yourself. There's also a stray dead baby alpaca skeleton. Should get out of there. I mean, I've heard Animal's voice before. Animal's voice is generally heard on this thing called the Animal's Stream. Unbelievable. Yeah, right? How you doing, Cooler? You would not follow this weird dude? Yeah, neither do I. I just see him streaming sometimes in the Discord and then click on his stream. Because it has a little purple icon by the name. It's like, oh, so-and-so's streaming. Although he does raid me sometimes, which is very nice of him. You can subscribe to twitch.tv/cooler_SK for access to that emote. So if you truly think it's awesome, you can go get one for yourself. I mean, I've only done it a handful of times, Animal. Although the last time I did, like, I tuned in and I was like, oh, Animal's streaming. And I was like, oh, I'm going to say hi. And literally the second I tuned in, you're just like, yeah, so we're gonna raid this guy. And then, like, literally the second I was about to say hello, you just instantly raided someone. Well, okay. Oh, your English is perfectly legible. No worse than mine, let's be honest. For tiny shelves? What do you mean by tiny shelves? Why not just use dresser? Okay, so it's not blocks. I kind of figured it would be cloth. It's rough gems. Eat 2 alpacas. This fort just crashed, Great Padinsky, so I guess you get to see the beginning of it again. Second crash I've had on that fort. Exclamation point VID and you'll get the beginning of this fort. All right, was this before or after I named? Yeah, this was before I named anybody. Great. So Zulban was Lump. The doctor was Dragon Man. Yeah, this is about that fort. Well, all right. At least we didn't do too much. Maybe don't make that out of gold bars. Well, if you watch that, that was and congrats, you're one of the few people who watch this. I feel more and more the more of those I make, the more underappreciated they are. But I like making them, so I'm gonna keep making them. All right, let's do this again. Let's hope that we stop getting crashes for this. The second time this fort crashed, it crashed once yesterday. But if it continues crashing, I might have to just retire it early. I'm not sure what's causing the crashes. Because I'm playing fully vanilla, it's like, if something's causing the game to crash, there's do about it. Hard for you to watch long videos? Yeah, that's the goal. Make something that's interesting, engaging, and doesn't last too long. And respects your time, I guess, primarily. But I'm glad you like those videos. Because I enjoy making them. Like I said, I do feel kind of underappreciated. But yeah, so the video about the giant alligator is about this fort. And yes, that dead dwarf is still under the floorboards. I think it's like cursing this fort. Frankly. Because we've had a loyalty cascade, we've had many tantrums, many murders, lots of crime. Been a tough fort, I'll be honest. The circle thing in the upper right. You mean these? What circle thing are you referring to? This? This is just a pit with some trees in it. Like a kind of a growing area, I guess. But it's been a minute, Padinsky. How's things? You know, I'm always really happy to hear that people watch this. Although realistically, like 300 people watching a YouTube video when you have 3,000 subscribers on the YouTube channel is not bad at all. Like, not a bad number ratio, but I don't know. It's just, I wish they would do better is all. Hopefully we'll get the YouTube channel to a point where they do. Because you want everything to do better, you know? That's kind of my goal for YouTube is like everything I upload gets 1,000 views. That's my kind of current statistical goal. I'm sure that'll go up as time goes on, but... Okay, Attis is throwing a tantrum. Throwing a tantrum? I don't see anybody throwing a tantrum. Getting an itch for some more DF. I mean, it's a good time to have an itch for DF because there's a lot of DF to scratch that itch. Many people doing great content. Great work. I'm just building this little road around the edge so that trees don't grow. You know, I think that the Dungeon of the Endless might be one of my favorite soundtracks to listen to while playing. This fits the game so well. We're at 43 dwarves, which I think is the cap currently. Problem is currently our own worst enemy is our own dwarves. Because they're all haggard and depressed and run down. Like, Lump's just gotten depressed from being out in the rain for 10 minutes. Like, I don't know. Lycut's gone berserk. Good. Kogan went insane. Great. You're just like beating the shit out of dogs. And dwarves. Like dwarves piled on him and now he's dead. Ugh. Yeah, just 2 dogs were found dead. They struck him down. One's coming to get the body, though. That's good. That's tough, man. Tough on all the dwarves. Uneasy. Yeah, no, I agree. All of the Endless games have great soundtracks. Placing item in tomb? Yes, you are. Photon's coming to deal with this. Photon, one of the more mentally stable dwarves here. Been here since early. Very bored, but like mentally sound. That is an ocean on the right side. An ocean, or not ocean, but a big old lake. Very similar. Cool. Fisher Dwarf is going to get put away. We'll deal with him. We're building most things above ground out of wood. Currently, what a large portion of this. By a lake. But yeah. It's actually like an inland lake. Because this is the North Lake. The ocean is over here. But we're building on the North Lake. So it's like a kind of like one of the Great Lakes. Never really done that before. I mean, building over water is neat. Considering I'm actually going to get rid of this and this. This. Lump. What kind of engineering do you have? Just mechanics? So give you siege engineering. Carpentry. And, sort of hauling. Give you architecture. And then we're going to make the stuff that we need. Make pumps. We're going to use that power that we have over here, that wind power. We're gonna make a little bit of an aqueduct and a water reservoir. Gonna make the elves real happy, but it's okay. They don't really like us anyway. By underwater fort, do you mean like... Ah, I was waiting for that to happen. Another dwarf goes insane. Dwarves are fighting with him. I seemingly had everything that he needed, even though we didn't. Oh, there they go. Oh, piling in. Ah! The failed mood, unfortunately, but... Apologies, dwarves. It didn't have to go that way. Like how we're actually running out of wood. That's actually kind of impressive. Granite. Actually, we've used all of our wooden logs. That's a lot of blood right there. Holy crap. Someone's scared of something. Outpost liaison is fighting. Oh shit. The outpost liaison go nuts. See. Do I have an outpost liaison who's gone mad? Oh my god, are we gonna get invaded by our own faction? I think we might be starting a civil war, chat. Also, shoutouts to the Cobalt civilization that we're at peace with. What's going on here? I got hosted by a friend. But normally we have 60 to 70. Not out of the order. Well, 70 on an okay day. 80 on a good day. Civil War is fun? Nah, Civil War is just gonna kill us. Although he's not interrupting people. Stopped. Although Zerg TDG. Do everybody and yourself a favor, and please don't pop into a channel and ask why they have so many. A lot of channels don't like that. Myself kind of included. That's just kind of... You? No, I mean, in this case, it would just end real quick because I've got no military, no weapons, no metal. Got a couple people that are trained in boxing. That's about it. No, it's fine. It's just... It's not that out of the realm of norm for me. And I don't like to know my view count. I have a pretty good idea of what it is usually. But I check that afterwards. You know, it's like walking into a restaurant that is normally like 80% full. That's 100% full. And being like, man, there's so many people in here. Holy shit. It's like, yeah, I know. But yeah, no, usually this isn't too far off for me. Generally by this time of day we have about, on a good day. It's just when you bump over into the triple digits that I got hosted by a friend. Got kind of lucky. Angled dwarves? I mean, I guess. But welcome, Zerg. Hi. I had somebody pop in yesterday who was just like, holy shit, someone's actually streaming Dwarf Fort. That isn't a bot. And I was like, I'm here almost every day of the week. What do you want from me? I'm here like 6 days a week. For like at least 5 hours. How do you miss me? It's like, well, I check for streams like once or twice a week. I'm like, how have you missed me? I don't know, man. Advertising streams is difficult. Really, 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 really difficult. And this fort is a nightmare, unfortunately. Well, at least somebody's felling trees. I managed to actually use up all of my wood, which I'm incredibly impressed by. My brewer's stumbling around obliviously. Ugh. Has a slightly inflamed throat. No! You know why? I know here, basically, Baka. Here, we've had poor air quality warnings due to forest fires, which is relatively par for the course for this time of year, but still sucks. Like, oh, well, I couldn't really go outside anyway, and now it's like, well, now I probably shouldn't go outside. Had a sore throat for 2 weeks. Stay safe. Colds suck. Especially in a pandemic. Oh, also, I would like you guys to know that I've got a dwarf that's very, very, very diligently making us many statues of dwarves playing carp. I just thought it was fitting for a fishing. You know, it's like, they may have won the initial battle, but we'll get the last laugh. This is going to be a really weird defensive structure, but we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Probably won't make it work. We'll try to make it work. Ever play adventure mode? I don't find it particularly interesting to watch myself. Whenever I feel like playing adventure mode, I generally just play Caves of Cud instead. I don't necessarily have anything against adventure mode. It's just not something I really play. I use it kind of as a novelty, and we'll go look at old forts sometimes. But outside of that, no, I don't really play adventure mode. May have run out of the wood for that. Oh, did a tree start fucking growing there? Oh, that's the problem. I really like Legends. I do a lot of stuff in Legends. I once did a 15-hour stream of almost nothing but Legends. Like 3 hours of fort mode. As a god until it despawned. That's funny. I love unintended storytelling mechanics like that. Shit's goofy. Yeah, adventure mode makes for good videos. And I find that like when Krug Smash is doing a lot of adventure mode, a lot of people ask me about if I play adventure mode. I think it makes for good videos. I don't think it makes for particularly good streams. I've streamed it before. That's all I can really say about it, really. Okay. Like I said, it's a neat novelty, but it's neat to like go revisit your old forts. But outside of that, like, you know, it's just kind of a lot of like walking around and killing stuff occasionally, making food. Kind of goalless right now. Maybe if it wasn't so buggy. It was almost an endless stream of Legends. Almost. Like, it's really easy. Like, as a streamer, I need to tell people why something is interesting. And it's really easy for me to explain why adventure mode is interesting. It's really difficult for me to explain why... Or it's really difficult for me to explain why adventure mode is interesting. It's really easy to explain why fortress mode is interesting and why legends are interesting. So to somebody who's played a lot of adventure mode, it's probably a very interesting stream to watch. For somebody who hasn't, I think for me, what I really need though for legends to be, or not legends, for adventure to be interesting, is I need the second half of villains to come out. That's what I need, really. Because that'll make goals more apparent, hopefully. Like right now, if I'm going to play something that's just an open world turn-based roguelike, I'd rather play a game that's designed to be an open world turn-based roguelike from the ground up. Like, I'd rather play Adom. I'd rather play Caves of Cud. I would rather play DDDA. Rather just go play NetHack. Who was standing outside of a city, dared not enter due to large bounty on his head. Had his good leg ripped off by a giant spider. Really wasn't the same guy. But yeah, why do you ask about adventure mode? Adventure mode, Aegis. Generally, the reason I see people asking for it is because Krug Smash recently did a video and people want more of what Krug Smash is doing. That's generally why people ask. I'm curious, why do you ask? Mostly played it before you tried Fortress. Enough. Fuck that up. I guess I could just put a peg in it. Yeah, I don't know. I guess the problem with adventure mode is adventure mode's never really gotten to the point with me where it can hold my attention for more than like 30 minutes. Like I can play adventure mode. Like, oh, okay. I'm bored now. Let's go play Fort. And it's a lot more busy work than even Fortress mode is. Does work beckons? Go do the work. Cheers. I guess for me, primarily, I like streaming games that I like watching. If I find a game entertaining, or if I find a way to play a game entertaining, I want to stream that thing. I don't really like watching adventure mode. I'm really curious to see actually what the Steam version does to adventure mode. Like, I'm curious, because they haven't really talked much about adventure mode and the Steam version, but if that thing gets a lot of streamlining, from the Steam version, I think that might make it a lot easier to communicate why it's interesting. Might. I could see that being a big deal. And if it does, then suddenly... How dare I doubt it? So suddenly then it becomes a much more easily explainable thing. Also, hi, Cooler. Those things. Cooler's the guy who plays a whole lot of adventure mode. Cooler, you should stream adventure mode. You know why adventure mode's interesting. You can explain why it's interesting. And Cooler's like, stream? Oh, God. Why'd you make me do a thing like that? I will take a peek. He holds that wall. Aw. Base. Menuing is very slow. Yeah. A lot of staring at this. Whereas Fort mode is just like a little bit of menuing and then... Yeah, that's why I'm hoping that the Steam version gives it lining, you know. That's Dolomite. I don't want Dolomite. This is going to be interesting if I can actually make it work. I don't know if I can actually make it work, but we'll find out. Essentially what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to build an above ground drowning thing. Normally, when I build drowning contraptions, they're underground drowning contraptions. But this one is going to be an above ground one. Oh shit! Planter's giving birth to a girl. Got our first babby in the fort. Although on the topic of adventure-y games, I'm kind of planning on doing Caves of Cud on Wednesday, on the 19th, because I will be going to an eye doctor's appointment in the morning. Uh-oh, beekeeper's throwing another tantrum. Standing in the middle of the above-ground tavern. Yeah, no, I could see that, Cooler. I know, I think having clicky mouse options for that will be helpful, because then people will be able to see much easier what buttons streamer is pressing. It's a Terminator dog. It is, actually, isn't it? What's the name of the dog, Dragonman? Yeah, but they look like trash. Like, we actually had this discussion the other day, Ray Padinsky. Those overlays have two major problems. They almost always have a couple of seconds of lag. At least a little bit, or like a percentage of a second worth. Very minor. But when you're moving through keys that fast, no one's going to be able to see what buttons you're. Just no one's going to be. It's like, imagine if you're playing a Paradox game, but not clicking any of the menus. You're just flying through it all. There's just stuff's moving around. And even with those overlays, it doesn't help much. Also, shoutouts to that ranger that's fighting with this cougar. Kind of impressive, actually. God, I got 2 dwarves in the corpse pile. Need coffins. Not as fast in adventure mode. Yeah, true. I don't know. I've seen those for speedrunners. I've seen those for a lot of different types of games, and I don't think they help at all. I personally don't think they help at all. I need to chop down more trees. Yep, we're out of wood. That's actually kind of impressive. Time to clear cut. How did you get to that menu? Yeah, well, or how did you do this thing? There's actually not that much UI in DM. I think a lot of people treat it like it's way more complicated than it really is. Out of possession. Always say what the hotkey was? Look it up in the wiki. But like, here's the thing, right? That's all your hotkeys. Like, they're right there. So say you want to build something. You look and it says, oh, B for building. Takes you to the building menu. Okay, what do you want to build? There's all your hotkeys. Say machine components, capital M. Screw pump, lowercase s. All right, well, there's a building present. I need to move this. All right, well, it's pumping from the north. Sweet. Build. All my blocks. Okay. Enormous corkscrew. Okay. Pipe section. All there. Let's construct injury. The heck beat the crap? Dragon Man. Reporting crimes? Yeah, somebody's reporting. Something happened. Someone beat the crap out of Dragon Man, and I'm not sure who. Working on constructions. I mean, fair enough, verifiably. That just kind of came with time. Anyway. Back in a second. I need to do a quick toilet break. Here be. Back in a minute. Evening. Down. In the restroom. I return. Yeah, verifiably. I wish that Dust Tactic would do more Dwarf Fortress stuff. Because he kind of quietly has, like, a lot of people that look to him for content related to Dwarf Fort. And I feel like if he put out more Dwarf Fort related stuff, especially on YouTube, I think he would do very well for him. Oh, shit, I've got a new voicemail. What the fuck? My phone rang when I was in the toilet. BRB, I'm gonna call this person back. was my eye doctor leaving a message confirming an appointment. I need to call them back to confirm the appointment, but the line is busy, so... Okay, well, I'll do that a little later today, I guess. Irel, the lie maker, has created Inet Atner, a dolomite mug. Claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Dastot Salvcrowded. Sorry about the break and then the instant secondary break there. I'll just have to call him back at 1. Like 1:10-ish when I go on lunch break. The uncertainty of cooperating. This is a dolomite mug. Our craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned diorite cabochons and encircled with bands of rectangular dolomite cabochons and brass. This object menaces with spikes of dolomite and wild boar leather. How you doing today, Stone? See you. Oh no! Bunch of stone there. I want this all to match at the very least. We're building stuff out of wood. Might as well just keep wood. Although we do actually have some blocks at this point. So we are building a above... I do mean above. Ground water thing. This is going to be a big old above ground reservoir. So things that are going to want to attack us are going to come in through this door. Walk all the way along here. All the way along here. And then I'm going to close this door. And I'm going to drown them. And it'll be good. So that's what we're working on. That's what this thing is going to be. The big old wooden tunnel. My old headache. Ugh. I hope that your headache gets better. So this down here is going to be our defensive lever area. That's where we're going to put all the levers. Well, I'm going to need to wall that off. I'll door it off. Had a mild headache this morning. I slept not enough last night because I was up pretty late. I was like super excited because it was going to be like the first time I was going to get a good night's sleep in a couple of days because I was babysitting a cat, right? And having a cat in your house basically means, yeah, you're not going to sleep much. Another tantrum. Well, nothing of value has changed. Or nothing has changed then. Been a lot of tantrums. But I'm glad that the headache got better. Boy, what the heck were you doing, dwarves, while I was gone? Ugh. Started fighting each other while I was gone. Also, once again, thank you very much to all of the new folks who followed this stream over the past couple of days. Did the frame rate just go to shit? No, those dwarves are just moving slow. There's been a lot of new followers on the stream recently. War Merchant is throwing a tantrum. Oh. The dwarves I like are throwing tantrums. This is where you know that the fortress is going downhill. I think that this fort's just too rainy for the type of fort that we wanted to build. Like, it is always raining. Just another day in Boltfishers? Yeah, well. I'm kind of hoping that we'll get attacked. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to save the game. And I'm going to bump up the dwarf cap. Because currently we're sitting at 45. I'm going to just bump it up to 80. Maybe even more than that, I don't know. I don't know, chat. What do you think we should bump the dwarf cap up to? Yeah, we're at 45. Let's, fuck it. Let's go 145. 145 dwarves is the population cap now. 67? Why 67 specifically? Such an oddly specific number. Let's just go 100. All right, pop cap's been bumped back up. Favorite number of yours? I really like the number 68 because it's a really good musical group. A vacuum chamber in Dwarf Fortress? Define vacuum chamber. Means suck all of the oxygen out of something? I don't think so. It's a nice invitation. I mean, it's a band that I listen to. They're very, very, very good. Well, more accurate, they're a duo. The drummer and a guitarist. Really, 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 really heavy, like, noise punk. Eripterus, 9 months! You got a new hat!
Kripir Koopomuk, Kripir Koopomuk.
Koopo Moog. Koopo Moog. I like Moog synths. Bunch of wild boars coming in the front doors. Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for 9 months, man. Thank you so much. And can I... Oh, you guys are kind of already doing it, but can I get a proper big old round of beers in chat? We're keeping sub alive for so damn long. Thanks for continuing to watch the streams. Glad I haven't said anything to offend you yet. I don't really need this wood stockpile up here. I kind of want to move this stuff. I don't want to just keep it to that wood stockpile over there. Still no visitors or guests yet. I'll keep on doing what I've been doing for the past few years. Hopefully people continue to enjoy it, Eripter. Hey, Goldpoke. How is thing? Is there a joke built in there? Because I don't get it verifiably. That was granite blocks. That's okay. I'm gonna put a retracting bridge right there, and that's gonna be the drain. Make that out of dolomite blocks so it stands out. Let's see what happens. Are you all prepped and ready to go? I know the teachers' unions here are like having borderline conniption fits over literally everything. Not that I necessarily blame them. But I think the main thing that they've been going on about is that they're not going to be ready for the school season because the curriculum's not ready and nothing's prepped. And it's like, the main argument against it is like, well, shouldn't you have been prepping the entire time that, like, no, you were in lockdown? But apparently not. So I don't know. I mean, there's definitely a field of dwarf science dedicated to Dwarf Fortress. I don't know how active it is, how accurate it is. What, right now? Yeah. Stone, yeah. You know, honestly, like I was talking with a friend last night, right? And he said that right now is like kind of the big cutoff between like millennials, Gen Z, and then the next big line, like the next generation, if that makes sense. It's like, if you go back to like baby boomers and previous generations, there was like pre-World War I and II generations and post-World Wars generations, right? And there was a very big gap in mindset, life goals, outlook, everything between those two generations is very different. And we're about to have that again, except with pre-COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 generations. Mortally afraid, eh? I mean, I guess there is undead in there, but I don't know. No, not 109. I meant to type in 10. Okay. Generation Alpha. Generation Pandemic. I don't want to call any generation Alpha. The reason I say that is because then they'd be the Alpha generation, and that's just going to pump up a bunch of egos that don't need to be pumped up any bigger than they already are. You know what I mean? I mean, it's not the coronavirus anymore. It's COVID-19. Be specific, sir. It actually kind of annoys me now when I see people calling it Corona. It's like, not what it is, but okay. Have a name. It has a name. That's like saying the human virus. It's kind of inaccurate. A bunch of teachers from a small town you're from said that if in-person school opens, they're striking and having everything set up online. They're really pushing for online classes and getting the kids who don't have resort. Yeah, exactly. The problem that like my uncle, who's a teacher, was having is a lot of the kids that he teaches, because he teaches a pretty low-income area, that a lot of them don't have internet, or like don't have computers, or like don't have computers and don't have phones. Yeah, no, that's fair. With emergency online classes, I didn't know what the situation was in Canada, but they're gonna be called Corona Kids. I really hope that they're not gonna be called Corona Kids. I really hope that they're called COVID Kids. Oh, I'm well aware of this, Peter. But a coronavirus is a type of virus. A common cold is a coronavirus. So it's an incredibly nondescript thing to say, right? Does that make sense? It's like walking into a bar and saying, "Give me a beer," and not being specific about what kind of beer you... It's like kind of just a dumb thing to say. Makes you sound like you don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't like it when people call it coronavirus. I'm well aware of what COVID stands. Like when people say Corona, I think of the beer still. And it bothers me even more when people call it the Rona, like some sort of fucking sarcastic thing. Yeah, it doesn't make it correct. Great Badinsky. Oh, we know what they're talking about. But you still shouldn't call it that, Peter. And I'm not the only person who's saying that. You shouldn't call it coronavirus. It's just inaccurate. It's like when you're talking about a hurricane, you say the name of the hurricane. You don't say, oh, X hurricane is hitting this one spot. You say, no, hurricane, name of hurricane, is going to be hitting X city on this day. It's be specific about what you're talking about. So, I don't know. It just, it bothers me a little bit. But then again, really dumb things bother me, so. I don't know. Hello, Tapioca. How is Tapioca? Yeah, exactly. It's like, when you say coronavirus, you could be talking about any of the coronavirus outbreaks. You could be talking about SARS. You could be talking about, am I blanking on the name of the other one? What was the other big coronavirus outbreak? Because there was another one. But anyway, I digress. Let's call it by the given name so we all know what we're talking about. Because it may become confusing in the future. The Wuhan flu? I mean, nobody really does. Wait, it bothers you that how China, like, handled the whole situation, or it bothers you that he still calls it the Wuhan flu? Not even a flu. Okay, gotcha. I was Blind. Blind is a little groggy because Blind slept in. Well, Blind didn't sleep in. Blind went to bed late. Blind was up late playing games with a friend and then watching music videos with a friend. Good times. But Blind is okay. Mers, that was it, yeah. I don't know, do you guys see my point? Or am I just talking nonsense? If I'm just talking nonsense, tell me and I'll shut the fuck up. Yeah, to look it up. Well. Oh, I need a traction band. Think you've got SARS? Yeah, I have friends. Sure, verifiably, but I'm still gonna rip anybody a new one who calls it coronavirus in my... Because generally, and this is the experience that I've had over the past couple of weeks, especially, is I find that the majority of people who call it coronavirus are memeing, whereas the people who say COVID-19 are taking it seriously. That makes sense? And I've noticed a very, very descriptable, noticeable line there, where people who say COVID-19 are taking it seriously, and people who say coronavirus are the people who are saying, oh, you sneezed. Has he got the Rona? That's not funny. Fuck you, I could die. That make sense? So I will continue to correct people. They say coronavirus instead of COVID-19. Because it's not the correct name. It was a descriptor that was used by the media early on to describe a thing. Totally fair. But we've moved on. We have more information. We have names. Working to correct that. Fair enough. I just see people memeing it frequently, and that really irks me. And the only people I see memeing it are calling it coronavirus. Like, the next person that asks me if I got the Rona when I sneeze is just getting permabanned. I don't care who it is. Because, like, it's... Sure. Old poke. But, you know, it, like... It's still kind of a line that I'm taking. And I'm very fucking tired of it. I don't think we're gonna actually get this constructed. We're just going to... All the dwarves are gonna break down first. We literally were just talking about that. Not 2 seconds ago in the chat. Tapioca, scroll up. I'm well aware what that means. But maybe if you'd listened to what I was saying, you'd understand a little bit. It is funny from a linguistic point. It's just, stop calling it coronavirus. It's a coronavirus. But that doesn't change anything. It's obsolete. It's all good. But I guess also that's kind of my point, Tapioca's line where you said that it's funny. There's literally nothing funny about it. Maybe in 50 years. Yeah. And I've seen enough people... Yeah, I mean, if you say the novel coronavirus, then I'll know. Then I will kind of accept. Sales of beer? Depends on the brewery. If it's a brewery that has shelf space, it's helped their sales. If it's a brewery that doesn't have shelf space and primarily sold out of their front porch, like the really small ones, it's hurt them a lot. Needs chain. Not make... Oops, guess not. Cancel that. Are you super depressed? But you're making lavish meals. Toast, Vash. Stumbling around. No, totally. It absolutely does, right? But There's a reason why I think we can have this discussion, Goldpuck. Like, the people who watch my stream are... You guys are smart, and a lot of times smarter than me. Which is great, in my opinion, because I learn stuff from my chat. Which is more than a lot of streamers can. But it still irks me a little bit when I see the term that my government, health officials, local doctors are all telling us loudly to not say and not use. You know? It's like calling all tissues Kleenex. You can't do that. Just because Kleenex is the most popular brand, you can't do that. Call Kleenex Kleenex and call tissues tissues. Your dwarf is indeed, man. Your dwarf is like one of the few sane ones, man. It's like you and Euthyrus are just like working on those rock blocks and rock statues. For some people, absolutely. For me, it's like joking about my ability to live. So you need to realize that jokes affect different people differently, right? For me, personally, photocopiers are still called Xerox. Fair enough. If you joke about people getting COVID or getting sick around me, you're like joking about me dying. So you need to realize like how different people interpret jokes. Some people interpret them as a defense mechanism. Some people use them as a method of attack. Some people use them to cope themselves. Fair enough. But maybe you're somebody who's bored and stuck in your home and can't go out and do a lot of the activities that you would normally like to do. But if you're joking about it, you're joking about my ability to live. Instead of day 4? Day 3 or day 4? Did I fudge that up? Right, it is. Fixed. It's more just so I can keep track of the highlighting. Yes, but it doesn't make it right. Like, now that's a line that I don't know if I necessarily agree with. I don't consider morbid humor necessary. I think morbid humor should be allowed. I don't think it's necessary. Like, I don't think you should ever ban morbid humor. I think that's important. But I wouldn't call it necessary. Like, I've always hated diabetes-focused humor. Here's an example. I've always hated diabetes-focused humor because it's almost always talking about type 2 diabetes. You know, I ate too many burgers and I got diabetes. Bullshit. Always hated it. And the reason I've always hated it is because I grew up with my little sister. Always very slender, type 1 diabetic from age 11 forward, and has lived with it for more than half of her life now. And she would always get hit with the brunt of those jokes. Oh, you're not fat. How many burgers did you eat? Why did you get diabetes? Because it's almost the same name for something that's completely different. And I kind of see it with the same thing as this. Almost. It's like just calling coronavirus, or the novel COVID-19 coronavirus, just muddies the water and makes it less specific of what you're talking about. It's a joke is no defense when nobody is laughing and people are upset. I've had friends tell me that what they were saying, when they were saying was a words, I don't like me. No, totally. I mean, I always just ban people and make a joke that I don't think is funny. And why the fuck would you not ban somebody? Joke you don't think is funny? More merchants stumbling around obliviously. That's unfortunate. Yeah, which is why I'm saying, like, it might be somebody's method of coping with dealing with the fact that we live in a world that's having a pandemic, but at the same time, it's like, is that form of coping acceptable? Is kind of what I'm asking. It's like, well, is it an acceptable form of coping if you're hurting other people in the process? I don't know where you read that, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Nor do I particularly care. I don't understand how that's even remote. Speaking of. I mean, I make dark jokes, but I make dark jokes around people that I know very well, that I know won't hurt them, right? I don't make dark jokes in a public space, let alone on my stream. Depends on the intent. I mean, the problem with the intent is I have no idea what your intent is. If you come into my chat and say some bullshit about so-and-so getting the Rona lol, I don't know what your intent is. You don't know me. Are you just coping? Are you also at risk? Are you just being an asshole because you're bored and you haven't gone outside in 10 days? I don't know. I mean, I'd prefer to not know about that, to be completely honest with you, Goldpoke. You don't need to share that with me. Like, the majority of comedy these days is, in my opinion, borderline disgusting. Because they go around screaming about politics purely to piss people off, regardless of whether they believe in the politics or not. Most comedy just bothers me these days. Like, if you're gonna make political humor, fine. Make jokes about shit that you actually believe in, not stuff that you know will make people look. Shock humor very much distresses me. I'm more referring to stand-up. Memes are just a form of spreading jokes. Sure, but if an interaction is happening in my chat, because of my chat, it's still my place to know about it. So, if someone comes into my chat room, let's just say, and starts DMing insults to people, I have to know about it. If someone is in my chat making nasty jokes behind my back, how is that any different? Like, in this case, it's fine because Goldpoke didn't mind, from what I can tell. But, like, how is that any different? Is the right to tell them that they can't cope? Well, you can't cope that way here. A hunter has been taken by a mood. Another one died to the mood. Lost like 3 dwarves to strange moods today. So far, so good. Frankly, if someone needs to risk offending somebody in order to cope, you need to find a better fucking coping mechanism. And that's probably a really shitty thing of me to say, but I'm fucking sorry. You need to find a better coping mechanism. And you know, you can call me a snowflake or whatever, but making light of something that has killed people's loved ones shouldn't be acceptable in a public place. If I'm gonna say mean things about Blind, I'm gonna make sure that he's right in front of me. I'll tell it to his face. Blind, you smell. Oh, hey, that was quick. Granite and black zircon. Comes an earring. Granite earring, encrusted with black zircons. Yeah. I think it's suspended. Yes, it did. Unsuspend it. We're up to 65 dwarves. I need new bedrooms now. That's a suspended bridge, a suspension bridge. Haha. Open the doors since it was a... You seem to understand your point. If I had taken offense, I could have muted them from your DM. You see your point? I'll put it this way, right? If somebody says something I don't like, and then I remove that thing from the chat, and then they proceed to then DM somebody about the thing that I don't like, that's ban evasion, which is not only a bannable offense in my chat, but a bannable offense on Twitch itself. If you get reported for ban evasion or going around somebody's rules and it's proven, that's enough reason to be removed permanently from Twitch. So on one hand, is it okay? Sure. But it's breaking Twitch's rules. Now, Twitch doesn't really enforce that stuff particularly effectively, unfortunately. But it's still kind of a no-no. So just realize the details of that. And I guess kind of scrolling back to what the original purpose of this conversation, I don't like people calling COVID-19 coronavirus in my chat. I don't. It's just wrong. Whole kilob. Whole kilob. Kilobked? I don't even. A hunter has created Toulon Ghoul, a granite figurine of Zulban Flagleaf, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Dastot. Elfcrowded. I just saw the name of that clip animal. And apparently you smell. 26,400 Dwarf bucks is the value. Great, you did not know that you actually like that rule? What, people DMing you? Like ban evasion stuff, Goldpoke? This is a granite figurine of Zulban Flagleaf. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of Zulban Flagleaf, the dwarf and dwarves, in granite by Cole Kilobkad. Zulban. Flagleaf. Flagleaf is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zulban Flagleaf, the position of king of the Stormy Silvers in 97. It is encircled with bands of emerald cut black zircons and menaces with spikes of granite. How long ago was that? Probably still current king, 158. Current year. Also, to be clear, I'm not going to ban anybody for calling it coronavirus. But I am probably going to start banning people pretty soon for memeing it. Because, as was talked about earlier, if it's your form of coping, fine. I don't want to see it in my chat. Please understand that. Ah, gotcha. Chicken noodle soup for supper? Ooh. I'm gonna have yam and pork. Yesterday I had yam and I had fries and homemade potato wedges and pork and an apple for dessert. It was a lot of insulin, but it was a good hearty dinner, and I was kind of craving a hearty dinner. Been a little bit. Been eating a lot of salads recently. I just haven't wanted to use my oven. I bucked up and cranked the AC and, you know. I mean, here's the thing, right? I'm not a big fan of Family Guy. I don't find it to be a particularly funny show. But there was one episode, which was the 25th anniversary of AIDS pandemic, where they said AIDS is now, and because there's like some law somewhere in the US where it's legal to make fun of something when it's 25 years old. You can legally make fun of something when it's 25 years old. So the whole episode was about how AIDS is now funny. You can now make fun of AIDS. I kind of feel that way. In 25 years, you can make fun of COVID. Was that South Park? I'd swear to God that was Family Guy. Maybe it was South Park. I don't know. I haven't seen it in a billion years. That or they both fucking did it. Who knows? Hold on. Let's Google AIDS is now funny. AIDS is now funny. Oh, ads is now funny. That's not what I typed in. Yes, it was South Park. We are strikething the earth. Ads will never be funny. I don't know. Japan's kind of got that on lock. Japan makes some pretty funny ads, man. How's things, Optics? That's been a very serious discussion, and nobody has yelled at anybody. Good job, chat room. Round of applause. Oh, I'm sure it aged fantastically, but then again, like, nothing South Park does ages well, so. On the topic of dumb edgelord humor. Although Blame Canada's pretty gold. As a Canadian, Blame Canada, still funny. That is good. Remodeling a shower is good. I mean, there's a classic saying, verifiably, which is too soon. I think until there's a vaccine, it's too soon. I can't even read that with this, like, in my head with a straight face, Eriptrus. That's his tradition, of course. There are a lot of thirsty fucking dwarves. But we have plenty of alcohol. No, let's just put the dwarves underground for a little. Send all the dwarves underground to relax for a little. Go get drinks. Look at them all. Oh my god. I picked a perfect time to send everybody underground. The were hyena. M. Osnuds has come. A large hyena, twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow violet. Its cinnamon hair is unkept. You will know why you fear the night. How the heck did it get in there so fast? I just killed a cavie, and a donkey, and a goose, a pig. Now it's a goblin. Legendary goblin. See if I can actually send my dwarves out here in time. A couple wrestlers, that's about it. Here they come. 2 of them are on it. Doing a pretty good job running, and they seem to have gone. Excellent. Oh, boy. We got him. Beat the crap out of him. The sheriff seems to have gotten it. The sheriff punches the goblin in the head with his left hand, and the injured part collapses. Artery has been broken. Death, I feel very uneasy. That's getting her to go get hearing aids. Yeah, sometimes people need a kick in the teeth. But again, that's something that you know really well, right? Like, I would assume you'd know your nan very well. Which makes things very easy in that case. Like, if you know somebody, you know what they can take. You know who they are as a person, what kind of humor they like. And you know that that's not going to be an issue, generally, right? If you don't know the person, then things get sticky. M is goblin for jackal. Like all the dwarves went and got drinks. Also, to be completely clear, the only things that I've discussed over the last, like, 40 minutes or however long this conversation has gone on for are my opinions. I am not in any way telling you that you have to agree. Be clear. It's purely how I feel about this whole given thing. Hey, shoutouts. Hack, H-A-Q-U-E on Steam, 67% off right now. Okay, so we were gonna move our hospital down here. Kind of surprised I didn't do it already. I like knowing some people that have social aspects of stars. Oh, you mean down? Oh, I understand. I get what you're saying. It's a form of it's a figure of speech. It's like down pat. You have to kind of read it out loud, but I get it. I was once excited to work from home, but now I can never escape the stress of work being stuck at home all the time. This is why, like, I tell people that I love my job, right? I absolutely adore what I get to do for a living. But man, I wish I had a den. Like, I desperately wish that I had a den. Just a room with a nook or a door or something that I could put my whole working setup in. But I don't need to be stuck and work all the time. Like yesterday, I woke up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Or 7:30. No, not 7:30. I woke up earlier than that. I woke up at 5 in the morning yesterday to watch F1. Yeah, because yesterday was Sunday. And I watched F1 in this chair from... what's the word? 6, 10 a.m. until about 8. I made breakfast, and I was away from my computer for like an hour. Came back, streamed for 9 hours at the computer. Made dinner, which took me about an hour and a half with eating in general. So about an hour and a half being up and about. Did some chores. Then sat back down at the computer and was at the computer until midnight with a friend. Yeah, I have one room, Great Badinsky. So, like, anybody who's in a similar-ish situation to me where it's like, oh, yeah, they're working from home, like, you kind of know what my life is like now. And generally, it's great. I love getting to work from home. I love not having to commute. It's wonderful. But it certainly has its downsides. But then again, everything have its downsides. Everything is, like, give and take, right? And I wouldn't trade being able to stream for a living ever for anything, really. I wouldn't ever want to give this up for anything else, even though, yes, it has its downside. Because the positives vastly outweigh the negatives. And I do honestly think that the positives of working from home outweigh the negatives of working from home, but it is certainly kind of a culture shift that you need to work out in your head, how to do it in an effective way for you to get work done, but also in an effective way that's healthy for you and your work. War Merchant is throwing a tantrum. Ugh. Don't hurt anybody. Or War Merchant, you actually have to go to prison. Dolomite Bridge was destroyed by War Merchant. Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, this is why I recommend to so many people. Get a standing desk. Like, if you can. If you can find some way to afford it. Get a standing desk. because it was the best fucking investment I ever put. And, like, I don't use it all the time. I don't use it when I'm streaming, generally. Like, I haven't used it when I'm streaming in a very long time. Almost a year, in fact. But I almost exclusively use it when I'm doing off-stream work. Whenever I'm editing anything, I'm standing. Oh, this desk was about $500. It is way more. But you can buy cheaper ones or conversion kits. This one is fancy because it has a button that does... The problem with this one is I need to unplug my GoPro to actually use it. I don't have a long enough cable for my GoPro. I got too many cables, so I need to... If I'm going to use it, I have to unplug the GoPro, and I have to move something off. For 300 CAD? Yeah, this was about 450 CAD. But you can get cheaper. There's ways to get cheaper ones. You can also buy like do-it-yourself at home kits, which are significantly cheaper as well. Dirt roads. That's gonna stop stuff from growing there. I think they need to remake those. Yeah, but from IKEA they'll fall apart. So did you build a door? Actually, I'm assuming you did because I saw your Twitter. How you liking DF so far? Euthris. You're liking it? Good shit. Is it as crazy and complicated as everybody says? I always have to ask people this question. Tree right there. UI is, the game concepts are in depth but not too crazy. Yeah, that's fair. Slaughter that one wild boar. A human caravan has arrived. Excellent. I'm really curious about how they're going to get into the fort now. Dude. We're going to sell them our statues. We've got many, many statues. Very, very, very high quality carp statues. The problem with RimWorld is it took a lot from DF and did a lot of things that DF did really well, but really poorly. Get used to the UI, then it's some. Oh yeah, no, the game's concepts are. What was I looking up here? They need to sell them stuff. Statues. Statue of a carp. Statue of a carp. So, Euthris, you know, you said that you wanted to make statues. Well, highest population count? I've had 220 dwarves. About as much as my computer can run. How did it fail? I got bored and retired it. If I remember correctly. I've had 220 dwarves multiple times. So, but the last one I did that had that many, I just got bored. But I don't usually go to that many dwarves. I usually keep it around 100. More fun, in my opinion. Or I have more fun around that many. We're currently at 64. Small for. Yeah, Psycho Bobble. I've done so many forts. I don't know. I've got thousands of hours in this game, so, and I've hit the max dwarf or the max dwarf cap of 220 many times. Heading off to beds. You have a good night, animal. Later, dude. My name is Scotath Nepafoli. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. I have a lisp this year. As Streamer forgets what voice he does every time. What requests do you have of our merchants? Nothing. Remember, trade agreements strengthen bonds and could be considered... please consider an import agreement next year. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft stores. We have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. I mean, as humans, we would know, right, Crown? I like humans, though. It's nice having them around. Again, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarves. We're gonna sell them a bunch of statues of how amazing carp are. I mean, for me, like, the hardest thing about Dwarf Fortress was just simply learning what you can do in Dwarf Fortress. Because there's a lot of things that you can do in Dwarf Fortress that are not even remotely explained, right? Like... Oh, War Merchant died? What killed you? Oh. He went into a tantrum and then got beaten. Sorry, War Merchant. Yeah, so, like, for me, that was the hardest bit, was just learning... Like, the UI wasn't so bad. The graphics wasn't so bad. The graphics I got used to, really. The hard part for me was... just learning what I could do. And how to then go about doing it, right? Like, you can tell somebody who's never played Dwarf Fortress before, you can invade other civilizations. But that doesn't explain how you make a military, what menu you need to go to, how you go about doing it once you get to that menu, also all of the different options for the different types of raids you can do, and then also, like, what's actually happening, and then, like, when they're going to come back, what you need to do before you send them out, right? Like, a new player is not going to know, oh, I just go tell them to go raid a thing. They're not actually going to attack them. They're just going to try and steal resources. The game doesn't really tell you that either. I need rope. Ropes and chains. So to me, that's the hardest part. At least that's what it was for me, was just learning what my options are. Which is why I tell people when they want to learn how to play Dwarf Fortress, I just say, just start watching Dwarf Fortress. Because you'll see people do things, and you'll learn, oh, that's a thing I can do. And then once you know, oh, okay, that's a thing that I can do, then it becomes a goal in the back of your mind. Whether or not you're subconsciously doing it or consciously doing it, it's a thing that you're thinking about every single time you look at your options, right? Like, a brand new player is going to see beekeepers, but not know that in order to make beekeepers work, you need bees on the map, right? Like, they'll have beekeepers show up and be like, oh, I must be able to do beekeeping, but, okay, well, how do I do that? Obviously, you build hives and you construct the hives, but some people might think, oh, I just need to turn the beekeeping job on, and they'll go beekeeping, right? They need a hive. Which hopefully Steam version will make more clear. Because that's what Dwarf Fortress does badly. a bad job of communicating information. Unless you know how to look for that information. In which case, then it does a very good job of... Oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business. They seem very happy about the trading. Do, 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 do. But this is all stuff I've said before, you know? Like, you might see trees, but you're not going to know that if you make a stepladder and make a zone and set that zone as a gather zone, that they're going to gather fruits and vegetables from the area without you having to do any farming of your own. But once you do know that, stuff becomes immensely easier. Also, heads up, chat, investments are open. For me, it was a combination of the wiki and Twitch chat that made me get heavily in. Because, like, it's no secret, like, I was academically super interested. I was academically super interested in this game for a really long time, and messed about with it a little bit, but not much. For a very, very, very long time. But it wasn't until Twitch chat convinced me to stream it, and that people convinced me that they actually wanted to watch it. I got heavily into it. Up until then, it was like just legends, generating worlds. Generating worlds and reading legends occasionally. Also you, right here. Get hooked up to that. We're there. Like, literally, for me, sitting down and learning this game, you have Stoned Hobo, who doesn't even play this fucking... and King the Space Disco Cop to thank most. Those were the two that bothered me consistently enough, nicely enough, for long enough. I just kind of said, fuck it. Presuming you won't get too spoiled. I have problems with a lot of Dwarf Fortress tutorials. Because a lot of them are literally just like, let's sit here and read the getting started guide verbatim. Like, that's a lot of them. Some aren't like that. Salford Sal's are really good. Some of DOS Tactics stuff's really good. Some of it's... a lot of... Captain Duck's stuff isn't. But there's other people that have done a lot of very popular tutorials that are quite literally word for word reading the wiki like a script. And then playing the game poorly on top of it. And not doing a good job of actually explaining anything outside of what the wiki already does. I don't like that. I really don't like that. And I also... personally, but if you watch my streams, you'll know why. I don't really like it when people just automatically suggest, oh, install Lazy Noob Pack. It's like, maybe just learn how to set up the game once without using Lazy Noob Pack. Because you'll be a lot better at the game if you know how to set up the game without using Lazy Noob Pack. Because it's not hard. To know how to change settings and install a tile set and do all kind of the basic Dwarf Fortress things without using a tile set. Without using Lazy Noob Packet, that stuff's not difficult. Not difficult at all. Very, 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 very simple. You can edit a notepad file. You can change all the settings you need in Dwarf Fortress. I think it's good just to know how that stuff works for when new versions and stuff. But then again, that problem is just going to go away entirely when the Steam version comes out, right? Because hopefully we'll just have a full in-game options. Hopefully. I mean, I'm not holding my breath yet, but hopefully. Hopefully that'll just happen. But I, for one, am hoping for any. Lump is throwing a tantrum. Nobody is safe from tantrums.
Well, thanks for the stream and discussion. Here's the weird number of bits I have left crypt beer.
I forgot that I had that set to French Canadian. The 684 bits. That is an odd number of bits, but thank you very much for the odd number of bits. Guys, can I get around to beers in chat? The surprise French Canadian. You know, that's an accurate reaction. It's thanks for this. I don't know what it is, but thanks for it. Thank you. Yeah, Twitch has an emote thing going on where they're giving away Hyperscape emotes. So if you happen to give one half of a poop about Hyperscape, maybe it's cool, I guess. I hear it's a video game that some of the kids are into. It's the latest Battle Royale to come out and get shut down inevitably. Has anybody here even played Hyperscape? We'll see you later, verifiably. Thanks for hanging out. Wild boar has reverted back to its wild state. Do I have any of them that are tame? There we go. Bunch of them are semi-wild. Slaughter all of them. And then once they're slaughtered, we'll unbuild the cages. I am slaughtering wild boars. Please get pulled. Gonna go to corpses. Supposed to be dumped. Oh my god. Dwarf almost died in there, but didn't, so that's good. Just kind of got launched, smacked the ceiling, came back down, I think. More migrants have arrived. Excellent. I kind of need to add some dwarves to the military. Vengeful and never gets past grievances. I mean, you're just a farmer. I'll put you on masonry, though. Sense of duty, can handle stress. You're a ranger, you dream of creating a great work of art. Good creativity, pretty strong. Unless, like, they're really bad at combat. Brave in the face of imminent danger. And join the bold anglers. I don't know. I think that Hyperscape was supposed to get announced at E3 and was supposed to be one of those, and it's out right now, video games. But because we know what happened to E3, I think most of you probably know it. we're all well aware of what happened at E3, and that doesn't exist anymore. Can handle stress. Excellent. She likes to keep things practical. Doesn't often form negative views about things. Sometimes acts with compassion. Join the military. You're a peasant. Dreams of raising a family, has a strong tendency towards privacy. Little excitement. Fall in love. Join the military. Of mastering a skill. Be brave. Likes a little tumult. Aside that, it's just another BR. It's prone to hatred and often develops negative feelings. Is a greedy streak. You're a Gelder. I kind of need a Gelder, but like, I also need more Masons, so you can be. You can just be a planter. All right, up to 73 dwarves. Wild boars reverted back to a wild state. Once we finish this giant water reservoir up here, we need to actually get us more bedrooms. I don't know. I will just probably make a little bit of fun of the fact that Twitch is giving away Hyperscape emotes for the next couple days. But if you do actually care about limited run emotes, Twitch is giving away more emotes. If you want those, grab them while they're hot, I guess. Hopefully the diplomats will tell people about our lovely above-ground temple. Or not temple, tavern. What I was looking for. I really like the layout of this fort, though. I think it's really nice looking. And look at this. Pretty. It's homey looking. Yeah, I don't know. I never really got into the Battle Royale subgenre. I know a lot of people really like them, but all I really know about Hyperscape is even people who are way into Battle Royales are kind of like, about Hyperscape. So, generally, it's like, I know a few people who are way into Battle Royales who play all of those things, and if they really like a game for an extended period of time, it's probably a pretty good game. It's probably a pretty decent Battle Royale. But if the people that I know that are way into that shit are meh on it pretty quickly, probably not a great game. You know, it's probably not super worth your time. And so I kind of feel like Hyperscape is probably one of those. Not really trying to knock the people who worked on it. Like, I'm sure they did good work, but... it's just one of the ones that just kind of stands out as, does that need to exist? I don't know. I don't know about that. I need 7 chains. That'll be 5. 6. 7. You carrying? Right, yeah, you're carrying a melon. Melons use the same sprite as gold does, and it always kind of throws me off a little bit. Always kind of throws me off a little bit. Bomrek has been possessed. Fish dissector. Alrighty, Bumwreck, what you gonna go make? That costs. The potash maker has been found dead, dehydrated. Unfortunately, it was bound to happen eventually. Oh no, a leather worker's shop got, like, destroyed. Alright, well, what do you want? Bones. Rough color. Lots of leather. Alright, let's get something. Let's get you. You butchered. You know, I was going to dig out down here anyway, and I haven't done it yet. This is going to be kind of my large stockpile area, my underground stockpile area for finished goods and shit. As always, if anybody would like a dwarf named, I don't know why you'd want a dwarf in this fort, just let me know. But yeah, no, more and more, I'm starting to genuinely start to convince. I have myself convinced that we're going to see the Steam version of DF this year. Because, you know, this year's been bad enough, especially considering Nickelback's putting out a new album soon. Unless that's already out. We need something good to happen this year, and Steam's Dwarf Fortress would be a lovely, nice thing to happen in 2020. Fishman Jones? What do you mean? I don't know what Fishman Jones is. That doesn't sound like a dwarf name at all. That sounds like a very human name. There you go. Struck Harley Quinn opals. Fort's got a neat layout. Not the most frame rate safe, but grabbing blocks. Also, that bridge is done, which is good. Tantrum happening. I don't know. I like to name dwarves one of two things. Either lore-friendly names or Twitch chat names. I don't really like to just give them Fishman Jones because, like... Unless it's like a nickname or something that fits for some reason. I don't really do that. I think I'm going to move a bunch of my crafting stuff down there. All right, well, you've begun your mysterious construction. It was good. Let's actually set that to priority number 1. Get that dug out pretty quick. And you're like, absolutely not. It's like, I care about these little fuckers. I don't want to ruin the integrity of my lore. Why would you make me do that? Like, when people are like, can you name that dwarf Butt-Cracked Bill? It's like, no. Unless someone has a Twitch username, Butt-Cracked Bill, in which case, okay. Fine. Right, Burger? Or... Pump from the east. Pump from the west. East. Bomrek. Anni Ritarist. The fish dissector has created Unos Kakoth. Wild boarbone weapon rack, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the Hamley famcestor. Dastot Salve Crowded. Okay, so that needs to be where our military trained. Worth 57,600. This is a wild boar bone weapon rack. All craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square-cut, brilliant harlequin opals and decorated with wild boar bone. On the item, wild boar bone leather. Wild boar bone and wild boar leather. And durian wood, and encircled with bands of cushioned dolomite cabochons. Sheep's wool and sheep's leather. On the item is an image of dwarves in harlequin opal. The dwarves are laboring. I have the hiccups. The artwork relates to the foundation of basement balanced by the ambitious silver in the stormy silvers of the age of 86. Sons is a runner and Luna is the one who struck down the leader of the cannibals. Why would I ruin that? Yeah. Yeah. No, absolutely. I completely agree. I mean, I know a streamer who once named a fort Balls the Ballsy Balls. And they only made wooden spiky balls and murdered their enemies with the power of their balls. And, you know, on one hand, that is hilarious. On the other hand, no. No. You want to play DF, that's fine. But keep that shit away from... the Forgotten Beast. Studsdang M Snug. has come a bear with external ribs. Has 2 long spiral horns, and it squirms and fidgets. Its spring green hair is very curly. Beware its poisonous bite. I don't think I've seen a Dwarf Fortress that's literally just, like, a Forgotten Beast indoor fortress that's literally just a bear before. Huh. It's just a bear. It's unbearable. Also, hi. Bake it. Mr. Back. Is it Back it or Bake it? Oh god, we got a bunch of vandalism charges? No idea who did them? What? Did Belug die? The hell happened to my sheriff? No. Did you go nuts, Belug? Oh, I know what happened. I know what happened. Also, Wallaron got elected as mayor. I know exactly what happened. Oh, back it. Okay, gotcha. Like, back it up, kind of back it. I get you. So, Belug's job of local dude who punches people in the head when they do bad got replaced with Captain of the Guard, who is now his job again. So, congratulations, you got a promotion, Belug. You're no longer the local town sheriff. You're now the Captain of the Guard. Well, hello, Mr. Backett. Yeah, well, once you get a mayor, you upgrade from having a sheriff to having a captain of the guard. And I didn't realize the Dob didn't automatically move over. For whatever reason, I thought they kind of automatically got promoted, but apparently not. Something new every day. Play this game for thousands of hours and still don't know everything. We're up to 72 dwarves. I have nowhere near enough bedroom. Probably make like a bunkhouse somewhere. Right now, like, people actually need a lot. All of the green names need beds. A Durian bridge was destroyed by Locum. I really hate you, Locum. You're an awful, awful dwarf. The point where you tantrumed once and destroyed a bridge. That's punishable by get the heck out of my fort. Get out. Just go away. Whenever people say any combination of get the fuck out, it just reminds me of that new game. Or not that new, but that game called GTFO that's out on Steam. That's supposedly very good. It's like a co-op shooter. But like, it's called GTFO. And I can't take it seriously because it's called GT. It was called literally anything else. Getting that constructed. I need to remember where I put all those levers. I think I know where I put those levers. Bird is throwing a tantrum. You know what, Dwarf? Sorry to just have like a zero tolerance policy on tantrums. It's like, I realize that all of this above ground construction is stressful, but like, come on, guys. Like, I can't handle this. It's just, I can't deal with it. Make shields. Make wood shields. I have no metal. Make wooden shields and we'll sell them. Oh god, there's blood everywhere. And there's a dead dwarf down there. Catan the brewer was found dead. Well, excellent. Also another corpse getting carried out. Just only have so much I can deal with. This is a cursed fort. I guess what I'm trying to tell you, chat room, is trying to make a fort that runs primarily off of fishing. It's cursed. Don't ever do it. It's a terrible idea. You know, my hatred of fishing was completely and utterly, totally justified. You only just noticed that? There's skulls wearing hats and sometimes wearing hats while on their hats. And then eventually they're wearing glasses while they're wearing hats. And then eventually they're wearing 2 pairs of glasses. Someone once described my sub badges as kind of like Team Fortress. And hats. I mean, the original idea was like we just put more and more and more and more and more and more and more hats on them until eventually it was just like ludicrous, but kind of got too small, so then we swap out the hats depending. I sell them all of our fish. Because everything here is fine. But I think Kulu did a phantasmic job on the sub badges. Did a great job on them. Where the heck did I put that lever? Got what they're called? Seems like a very intelligent thought you just... Oh, it's one of that thing. I don't know what it is. I don't know where I put that lever. I'll be completely honest with you. My name is Kivish. I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. World is the same as ever. What quest do you have of our merchant? Metal. I haven't found any of my own. Could also just straight up order weapons too. Because this faction doesn't seem to have any like metalworking industry. So Cosmic Oblivion, if you say like more than just that, maybe we can help you remember what word you're trying to think of. Trying to think of ASCII? Not the word you're looking for, potentially? Well then, we have finalized the import agreements. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your craft store. We've finalized the export agreements. Some crossbows, quivers, cheese, prepared meals. Oh, that's convenient. We have prepared meals. Well, run. I look forward to our meeting next year. Fortunes rise and fall. Migrants have arrived, which I certainly don't have space for. Three. Mastering a skill. Duty. Brave in the face of imminent danger. You can join the military. Absurd delusions of self-importance. And is driven by a bouncing frenetic energy. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and even dangerous situations, and is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this. That's a funny dwarf. I like that. I like this dwarf. This dwarf, I think should get a nickname, but it's going to be a captain of a military squad. It's a funny dwarf. The mastering skill always tries to say nice things. Pessimist. Pessimist. Built in Discord. Likes to brawl. In the military. Doesn't often feel lustful. Lustful. Doesn't seek out excitement. Generally confident in her abilities. Yeah, no, I have no idea where I put those levers. Doesn't handle stress well, huh? Particularly need another brewer, but you can... Not careful with resources when working on projects. Spends... likes to brawl. Join the military. Brought a water buffalo. Cow. They sound delicious. Right, we're gonna put a little spot for our military to train down here. Yeah, I don't know where I put those levers, so I guess I'll just build a new spot with levers. Or a new thing for levers, because I don't even know where I put those initially. That being said, chat, it's 1:12. We're a little lurky right now, so it's probably a pretty good opportunity. I'm going to go get me lunch and call my doctor again. See if I can get through to them. If you have sound commands, now would be an excellent time to entertain the chat with sound commands. Could I please get a round of beers in the chat? I will hopefully be back in under 10 minutes. I got to go do my injections. No! Know yourself! Back later. Back in a couple of minutes. I think I forgot to trade with the traders. Oops. Well, fuck. Thanks everybody for the round of beers. Sorry for all the long breaks as always. I missed them, but Gold Poke, you have a good night. I have a really boring sandwich today, gotta admit. It's cheese and lettuce, because I'm out of sandwich. All right, well, I'm just going to assume that somebody broke the lever. That one. Get that hooked up. And this one, the outer wall doors. In here, we're going to put a weapon rack. Put all the weapon racks. These guys. That's going to be where my military troops. I think I need to sneeze, but I don't. So, Chad, how do we feel about doing some Caves of Cud this week? That's something that I'm kind of planning on doing. A little bit of Caves of Cud this week. Because we did some Caves of Cud a little bit ago, and it did kind of weirdly well, the YouTube channel. So I'm kind of like, more Caves of Cud. Caves of Cud is cozy. I think everybody likes it. Wonderfully made game. So I think tomorrow and the day after, we'll do some Cud. Probably tomorrow, the day after, and maybe all the way through Thursday we'll do. We'll see how things go. But we're going to be doing a couple days of Cud. Hopefully everybody's okay with that. If not, Dwarfs will return. Triumphantly. Excuse me. Kinda can't do that. Power to go in there. They're comfy about that. Well, oh my god, look at all of the vandalism charges. Good god. Jack Nurik's going to prison. I'm so sorry, Jack. And a humble, like, fruit picker. Good dwarf. Or it's where everybody's just in a bad mood. Kind of depressed, like, I'm not gonna lie. Just kind of depressing. Like Libash right here. Child's not present. I can't expel you. Arrowed by being caught in the ring. I even deal with all this. Down here is where we're gonna start putting away stuff. What's weird to me, chat? Somebody comes into the stream and says something that isn't rude, but kind of poised like a question or like an open topic, and then I try and follow it up, make it into a topic of conversation, and then that person never responds again. And it happens quite a bit. Like, the recent example I'm thinking of exactly is Cosmic Oblivion, who's been around this stream for ages, and I remember the name from a long time ago. But pops in and says, oh, it's one of those games. I forgot what they're called. And then, like, I try and follow that up and, like, ask what they meant exactly by that. And they're just silent. It's like, what? Oh, Old Ath, the cook, was fighting. Go fight with somebody and was found dead. How unfortunate. Really strange to me. Why like start a conversation or seem like you're trying to start a conversation and then don't follow it up? It's hard to me. Like I get it, maybe you got called away from the computer or the internet cut out or something. People do it kind of a lot. Sorry, Jack, I'm expelling you. Heads up, chat room, investments are open. And I just blank for the next few hours. I mean, there should be blue-footed boobies in DF. Right, dwarves. I know that we don't have bedrooms, and I know that things suck right now, but we're working on it, okay? We're working on it. We are working on it, I swear. Trying to make things just a little bit nicer for See how many tickets I have. Right, yeah, my mayor's still upset with their space. Was working on that, kind of got distracted. Really need some more statues. Maybe not 30, but like 10. Fuck. 10. Vicious, thanks. They're neat looking birds, yeah. I mean, the name helps. The name just makes it's just fun to say, like, not even because it's like boobs, but it's just fun to say. A good name that's also fun to say. Make a cloth leather. And make a finished goods. For their bright red feet. I think blue-footed boobies should be. I'm confused. What? Tapioca? What are you asking about? Are you talking about the thing that Nervicious put points into? You're talking about, or are you talking about something? Yeah, it lets me take an extra. I think the challenge wording is excruciatingly stupid. But would I welcome an extra day off? I should take more days off. But it's up to you. I'm the one who made it, so clearly I wouldn't mind an extra day off. I wouldn't have made it otherwise. Yeah, it's not confusing at all. But I can't call it anything but challenge. It's literally just throw channel points to make me take a day off. Which I probably should be taking anyways. 2 days off a week is healthy. Basically, the way I see it is I take 1 day off, or 1 day off a week, but an extra day off whenever that bar fills up, which it will eventually fill up. Yes, you can at most give 2,000 points per day. Kind of the way down. Days in. Of leisure. I wish it could not be worded challenge. It's a good feature, though. Only we could change the wording of it. Now you're poor? You should work harder and make more money. Hang out more. Only 110k. That's some irony. Oh, I did this wrong. I do challenge the wording. I don't know. Content creators love the term challenge because it's a common search term that people are looking for. Challenge, right? So people will call a thing a challenge just because it gets clicks. So essentially what I'm doing right now in Twitch terms, content creator, could be called a only fisherman food source challenge. Or I could just not give you guys all the awful wording and just what it is, which is where we are fishing. Is it a challenge? Not really. Call it a challenge. But if you say challenge, it's a buzzword. Like saying you won't believe what happened next. Making it sound exciting. People are more likely to look at it. I mean, you could say that it sounds better, or you could say that it sounds like content creator cheese, which is what I think it's. Cheese for everyone? I don't know. I think calling everything a challenge is just kind of cringeworthy, to be honest. But it is a search term buzzword. Search term buzzword that a lot of sites use. Like, 24-hour stream challenge. Makes it sound official. Like, I get kind of amused when I see people typing or having titles of their streams like 12-hour stream challenge. I'm like, that's a Wednesday for me. How is that a challenge, sir? You have a strange definition of the word challenge. Take a day off. Challenge. You know? Like, I'm aware. I've taken part in the hot potato challenge before, and I've done things that are labeled challenge before, but if I do it, you have to realize I'm being very self-aware about it. Or well aware of what it reads like. Well, that fits kind of well. Everyday life challenge? Yeah, exactly. I don't know. Yes, I'm a content creator. I'm one of those people who makes entertainment on the internet for people to witness and watch and view and enjoy on their own time. But There's a lot of things that are proven to be very successful in this industry that I kind of hate. That's kind of it. Should I necessarily hate it? I mean, probably not, because at the same time, it's the same. Are they mal-content creators? I mean, some of them are just bad people. Some of them are, people that never fully grew up. That's have the easy. There's a lot of really bad streamers. There's a lot of content creators that, you know, got to where they are because they were really good at a particular type of. Also, what's the manager doing? Logo. Fuck you up to? Oh, you're in the military. That's a problem. Just go do manager things. Good luck surviving 24 hours. I know very little about praying mantises, actually, now that you mention it. All right, let's plop you down here. Well, maybe not right there. But put it up in here. They know that they're praying. So life expectancy ain't red. Like daddy long legs. Because they're very faithful, that's why. Tapioca, obviously. Why does anybody pray? Because they got the hard knock life. Okay, so this is assigned to Wawa Ron, my mayor. This can also be assigned to Wawa Ron, my mayor. Take a little bit for stuff to actually get done, though. Granite block, come on. But I'll just say this. I think the term challenges can. Unless used with the utmost of irony. The Orchid Mantis, I think. I want to say that those were on planet Earth. Yeah, I've seen it. Very pink. I would like to start a formal, what I'm looking for. I would like to start a proper, like petition to change the name of the Orchid Mantis from Orchid Mantis to a fucking fabulous mantis. Look at this thing. That's fucking fabulous. Start a petition to rename that to the Fab Mantis because that's just fabulous. Absolutely fabulous. The flies never see it coming. Flies are just flies. You know? They ain't got shit on the Fab Fantas. How's things, Bamber? I mean, flies are just flies. Unless they're pretty fly for a small guy. I don't know where I'm going. Dude, I'm tired. Just don't listen to what I'm saying today. Catching up on D&D podcast. Have you gotten behind because you've been listening to me talk too much? I don't blame you for getting behind because I talk a lot. I once had somebody jokingly say that I come from the West. "95 episodes. Oh my god. I mean, you've been watching me for a while. You've got that fancy like that 6-month subscriber hat for 8 months. So yeah, that's not too bad. 5 episodes. What podcast? What series? Ah, the Critical Role one. Gotcha. The Cyclops Palath Donomly Quackle has come. A giant humanoid with an eye set in its forehead. Well, it's naked. Follow this thing, see where it goes. Coming straight in. I don't know how many weapons we have, but we're gonna fucking fight this thing. Oh, never mind. Dwarves are like, whoa, where'd it go? Oh. Okay. Well, I'll call off that. Oh. We have a new mascot, boys and girls. I'll call off the panic button. I think it's fine. Everything is fine. We have a new pet. We're gonna call him Clopsy. He's very Clopsy. Because he Clopsily fell into a cage. And is now ours. Yeah, I got caught in a cage trap. So it was just kind of funny watching it, like, all the dwarves, like, come barreling past, going, "Rah! Fight! Wait, where is it? Oh." I was just kind of standing around the trap, like, that. It's just kind of funny, isn't it? At least I found that funny. I don't know about you. You think it was inevitable? I mean, it was inevitable that something major would get caught in one of those. I think that a dwarf dying on the first day of a fort is just like a sign that the fort is cursed. I'm pretty sure that this fort is cursed. We fully agree with that thought. Yeah. Because, like, honestly, we had a dwarf die on day 1, and this fort's been nothing but trouble. I just wanted to make a little happy fort, you know, for dwarves to go fishing, have fish, nice and pleasant, and cheerful and happy, and it's all gonna be good, and everything was all gonna be all fine and dandy. But nah. Nothing goes right in this. I'm just waiting for a dragon to show up and just burn down all, like, the whole upper level. That would actually be kind of amazing, I'm not gonna lie. If that's how this fort ended, oh man, that would be brilliant. Wild dragon has appeared. Okay, well, the whole fort is made of wood. Or like that or like some sort of titan or something that just fire. Burns the whole fucking thing down. Burn it all down! The were-ass. La Pip Nad Miasma has come. A very large ass twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh and is only funny once. Its eyes glow lime and its raw umber hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. And Odom the Carpenter is right in front of it. Obligatory wear butt. Hot. It's butt. Get it? Oh no. Then, oh, did you see that? It like grabbed the carpenter and threw him. No. Okay, there you go. The carpenter's lower body slides along the ground, but is deflected by the carpenter's upper body. Strikes the carpenter in the left hand. The carpenter's upper left, yeah, like punched it. Whereas throws the carpenter by the 5th toe. Literally grabbed him by his big toe and threw him. Literally threw him by his big toe. Ooh. Ooh. Whereas charges, whereas strikes the carpenter in the left lower leg. Whereas strikes the carpenter in the left lower front teeth and the severed part sails off in an arc. Ooh, he's down. And he's panicking. Okay. Grass keeps coming inside. Another carpenter up there is on. Still the full moon. Running for the second carpenter. Sprinting for the second carpenter. Carpenter is panicking now and running. A safe distance. They're in melee range. There's blood on the ground. Oh, the military's coming out. Okay. Captain of the guard B-Leg is fighting. Oh, wait, what? It is very much a danger donk. You played a VOD, really, Arch? Yeah, that woodcutter's done. The human now. I have a feeling a few of my military... But we killed him. We did get our vengeance. About how RimWorld memes about cannibalism and drugs. I mean, it did, and they do. Cyrolac, what's up? On YouTube asked me on one of my VODs when I slipped on his background music. But never. All right. So now we have a problem. Big problem. That whereas go fight with a lot of people. Axe the carpenter. This was the first carpenter. Whereas I've improved my miscellaneous object. That was set. Ugh. Just pulls the neck, tear the skin. Pulls the neck, skin. Literally just like beat him in the head. Look at all of this. So many pages of him beating him in the head. It's like neck's like twisting back and forth. Alone the carpenter has been found dead. Death that's all around us. Strike the woodcutter, kicks. part explodes into gore. Ligament has been torn. While you make spaghetti. That sounds good. You putting anything fun in that spaghetti, or is it just spaghetti? Looking for bites. Like, if as long as he's just punching people, it's fine. Captain of the Guard bashes the were-ass in the left hand. His copper crossbow. Attacks the Captain of the Guard, but he jumps away. Misses. Strikes the Axe Dwarf. That's fine. You're not biting anybody. Halfway through. Chat, let me know if you see bit. Whereas bites. Oh, well, don't alphagetti your spaghetti too hard, because then you'll forgetty your spaghetti. Box noodles? God. Too tired to do. Yeah, I know that feeling. This attacks the Axe Dwarf, but he jumps away. Captain of the Guard, but he jumps away, bruising the neck. Misses. Firmly attacks the Captain of the Guard. Jumps away. Strikes the Axe Dwarf in the foot. Marks Dwarf strikes the Mark. Bruising the fat. Commander strikes the commander. Kicks the militia commander. The lower leg with his hoof, and the injured part collapses. Artery has been opened by the attack. The force bends the left knee. Ligament has been torn. Whereas strikes the woodcutter in the head with his sheep's wool cap. What? Hold on. The whereas is beating the shit out of it with a hat. What kind of game is Remnant? It's like, what if Dark Souls was Resident Evil 4 in a big old third-person murder sim? It's supposedly very good. I've only watched people. Oh God, go to bed, man. Get some sleep as soon as you can. Yeah, he's literally this were creature, this were-ass, is literally beating my dwarves with a sheep's wool cap, and I think that might be saving them. Like, he's beating the crap out of my dwarves, but he's not biting them. He's just striking them with this hat. Like, we're getting our ass kicked by a were-ass with a hat. Actually, that being said, y'all ever been whipped with leather? Or like wool? This could hurt. Like, maybe he's using it like a whip. I don't know. Strikes. Attacks, but she jumps away. Strikes, misses. Strikes. Okay. Whereas strikes the Marks Dwarf in the upper right back teeth with his wool cap, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The whereas strikes the Marks Dwarf in the left lower leg with his sheep's wool cap, bruising the muscle through the llama wool dress. What an asshat, right? I want to put this on Reddit, but it's like, he's a literal asshat. A were-ass is beating the crap out of my dwarves with a hat. Charges at the whereas charges at the Mace Dwarf and collides with the Mace Dwarf, and the Mace Dwarf is knocked over. Captain of the Guard bashes the whereas in the right lower arm with his copper crossbow, bruising the skin. The whereas misses the Axe Dwarf. Mace Dwarf misses the whereas. Dwarf attacks, but it jumps away. And open for punches the Mace Dwarf. Strikes. Strikes. Kicks. Twists. Strikes. And then becomes a human. And then they go beat the crap out of the human. Militia captain latches on firmly. The human breaks the grip of the militia's commander. The militia commander scratches the human in the head, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. Horse twists the neck. Gives into pain. Axe Dwarf grabs the human by the left hand with her left hand, bruising the muscle, fracturing the skull. Good lord. God, man. Such violence. Not give in to stress. Well, looks like we made it. Without anybody getting infected, I think. The dwarves filing out. So many teeth getting carried out. A ghost up and about. And Urvad's been possessed. That's fine. Child is present, not present, cannot expel. Is that a bug? I'm really starting to think it's... Also, I think I made that traction bit. Nope. That traction. Maybe add a hat stand to my defense. Pick up hats to... Instead of using actual swords and shit, they just smack us with hats. I don't know how effective that was necessarily. Weaponized hats. Make a minecart shotgun full of hats. I'm kind of surprised I haven't made a Team Fortress 3 yet, to be honest. Yeah, I remember that Bond villain. Can't remember his name. But I do remember the particular Bond villain that you were referring. After 12. Has it really been 12 years? F2 came out? $13. That has begun a mysterious construction. Did you guys think I'm correct? That I don't think we have any air creatures in the fort? Either that or like my hospital's going to explode in a minute. Dwarf is wielding a splint. I'm sure that that is a very effective weapon. None of my dwarves have any. 1007. All right. Hopefully worth the wait. I mean, Gabe Newell isn't even there right now. He's not even in North America. Gabe Newell's still in New Zealand as far as I know. Not that I blame him. I would be too. Yeah, that is true. Why have you been awake for so long? Why can I? Just looking at a thing real quick. Looked like an okay deal, but it's US only. Got offered a sponsorship from a cider company, but it's kind of what I figured. Of course, it's US only. They massacred the medical staff and took our captain, and we're trying to hold them at the doormates, but they breached the hats. They breached the hat stockpile. We won't hold out long. Coming. Drums. Drums. Drums in the deep Urvad. The shearer has created a Kuthlar. Come Mozib. Menacing donkey bone spike. I don't think I've ever had a menacing spike artifact. Like, ever. It's worth 36,320. This is a menacing Danky Bone spike. All Crafts Dwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with Danky Bone and sterling silver. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail and harlequin opal. On the item is an image of Tholtag, Tempt Book, the dwarf, and dwarves in octopus leather. Tholtag Tempt Book is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates the ascension of the dwarf Tholtag Tempt Book to the position of King of the Stormy Silvers in year 1. Is that from the Were-Donkey? No, that would be human bone. No, because we didn't kill it in were-creature form. We killed it in human. This is totally... going into Captain of the Guard's office. It's a spiky spike. Hey, hot cup of tea. Before you ask, yes, your corpse is still under the floorboards. Also, this fort is fucking cursed. Like, totally goddamn cursed. Oh. Attis the Weaver went berserk. What reason? I don't know. But Attis is dead now. Fire. Extra point. Or a heater. Easy, I leave it outside, on the pavement, in the sun. But you keep it hot. Oh, that's why nothing's getting done in that jurisdiction. I was like, what the hell are my freaking engineers doing? Well, obviously, I have no engineers because they're in prison. Duh. Science? I'm not certain I can handle science tea. See, I can't drink fermented tea because of how high the sugar counts is. Like, that's like more carbohydrates in one thing of fermented tea than I eat in a day. It's, I really shouldn't / can't eat that stuff. I really, 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 really need more meat. Oh, it's probably the engineers union that's just like turned on us. But how you doing, Picture Point? How's your afternoon, Bean? I'm just sitting here, I'm like, why are my engineers not doing shit? Well, Asop the trader is throwing a tantrum. Chilling? You know how Twitch has like a little live bitrate tracker thing? Moused over to Eddie, and it says determining quality. I guess my stream just has undetermined quality levels. Chat, can you determine the quality of my stream? I think this fort's cursed, Picture Point. Everybody's super depressed all the time. We got tantrums, we got nightmares, we got people pissed off, murders, deaths, killing. I guess I don't have a were-creature outbreak. That's good. Oh yeah, there's a Cyclops in a cage because reasons? Yeah, it's about where it should be. I used to be able to do like double that. And then my internet was just like, nah, around the time COVID started. I replaced my router and didn't fix anything. Reached out to my ISP and they're like, yeah, it's not on our end. I'm like, well, cool. My connection between me and Twitch. Tank frames. I think it's probably because so many people are on the internet now. On the internet. Actually done yet? Yay, it's done. Sweet. Unsuspend that. Now it's time to, you know, do the part where we stop the thing from overflowing before it overflows. How's my mare? You happy yet? Second chest. Chest? How's my mare? We'll just do a line. Gravings. That should do it. And now we need to go all the way around this and put another line of walls. And then our little, wonderful little drowning trap will be ready. Lava? This is wood. The burn. Also, I read that as larva the first time. I was like, larva? Why would I cover it in larva? I see a problem here. They can't actually get down there. But no, not everything needs to be covered in lava. Everything was covered in lava. Exciting as... I mean, it's already not as exciting as you... Make hot rocks by just putting some rocks. Chat investments are open, heads up. Yeah, no, it'd be pretty hard to make an above-ground fort with above-ground defenses underground. Oh, if I said that name right. Also, throwing a tantrum. Prison. Okay, no, never mind. They can go down there.
God, I love this soundtrack.
Evil 2 Total War. Warrior, thanks for 5 months. Doing well. Everything's good over on your end. Your neck of the woods. Warrior makes some of the most impressive stuff I've ever seen in Roller Coaster Tycoon. I don't know how welcomed that shout out is these days, but... I mean, you said that you've been up for almost 40 hours. I think bad spelling is acceptable. Chat, can I get a proper round of beers? Briar, please and thank you. You guys know what to do. Gotta spell beer correctly. Thanks, everybody. What have you been up to, Briar? Past couple months. We last chatted. Had the pleasure of saying. Hiccups help. Oh, hey, King. Desolate, my domain. This thing will be kind of fun once it's done. Take some time while you're on vacation. Vacation's good. Wife took over dinner making. That's good. At least she doesn't burn the pan. Posted pictures of before. What's better than you breaking something? Story enchants are cool. They really are. If it isn't on like you had it for the last 30. Yeah, you make a valid point here. You just put a bunch of stuff in the oven without it turned on. Here we go. Investment condolences. Feels bad. Some things never change. The count is washing your hair. It counts as rinsing your hair. Although you shouldn't actually wash your hair with shampoo every day. That's something that shampoo companies would love you to do. But it's actually not that good for your hair to do that every day, believe it or not. Shampoo companies would love for you. Certain types of shampoo as well is especially bad. Cause your hair to fall out early. The shower cap is on. I mean, in that case, then no, I would say it doesn't count as washing hair. Keep an eye. I wonder how Belug is doing as the captain of the guard. He's chaining Libish right now. He killed a goblin, Ghoul Master, killed War Merchant, killed Thigh Cut and Moldath. Annoyed when caught in the rain, but satisfied at work. Felt pleasuring remembering a sparring session. Felt optimistic, remember. Able to rest and recover. Was proud remembering teaching fighting. Was proud remembering teaching dodging. Afraid after experiencing trauma, didn't feel anything while in conflict. You have a good night. Go get some sleep, Thurlac. I think you've earned it. But yeah, no, Royer, I'm looking forward to that new project. Curious about what it ends up being. I still show people the Grand Theft Auto map. Because it's just like, it's too neat. There's just something neat about seeing other games built in games that they built for. And then literally after we're done all this, all that we need to do is hook up that. Or you can post it if you want. Roller Coaster Tycoon map, heavily inspired by Grand Theft Auto. And it's bloody cool. Yeah, right. I know how he did most of those. Still blows. Time I see it. Third person perspective. How do you mean from a third? Like trying to make it look like somebody in the game world is building it? Because when I think third person perspective, I think like literally a camera behind your head while you're playing. Spring has arrived on the calendar. Oh, hey, Microsoft Flight Simulator is out tomorrow. You know, for After Hours tonight, I'm kind of feeling some free. Yeah, no, I will always share that. That video is just my favorite games ever made. Made into another series that I used to really, really like. Now, kind of like. Or I like the old ones. New ones and what they're doing with the online stuff. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Kind of like the guy that made Space Invaders in Dwarf. Fully functioning Space Invaders. That'll never get old. A thief! Skulking filth. Here he is, this guy, right here. Gogo Dorobis. A cobalt. Oh, okay. I know what you mean. You'll have like an overview perspective of the whole map. I think they do that in Minecraft quite a lot. They'll have like a pulled out camera shot, like another account that's just stationary that just sits there. And then you'll have like 50 people working on a big building and then they'll time lapse it. Like that kind of stuff. There goes the Cobalt Thief. Takes a lot of time, but you hope it will be worth it. Makes sense. I hope so too. I mean, I'm still subscribed to the YouTube channel. It's nice to know that people from the old days are still around doing stuff. I have a lot of people that I used to know when I played other games and other things. Those people have just kind of vanished off the internet. At least Marcel still. I think Marcel's actually maybe one of the most successful people I've ever met through content. Like, accidentally kind of incredibly successful. Dude better be bloody well. For anybody who doesn't know him. I'm still not sure how how he manages to come up with stuff to do in Roller Coaster Tycoons. He's one of the only people I've known who's managed to successfully have a viral video twice. One viral video, and then, like, the next week had another one. Like, well, okay. You go. I told him to make a Patreon 8. It looks like we've got a Berserk Lump. Has gone berserk and is chasing a bunch of other dwarves. I swear to God. Break anything or anybody that's important. A fight between two dwarves. Brutal fight. Like Lump is just kind of knocked down. Aloth, the fish dissector, stumbling away. They've recovered, though. Is just kind of lying on the ground, exhausted. Still kind of insane. Dissector one best. So Berserk Lump. Himself up, is crawling. Pulls through the door. I have more plans with it? Oh, the top half is going to be full of water. It's not just an extra thick. This is going to be a drowning trap. But an above ground drowning trap. I get a round of beers in chat for poor Lump. Good dwarf. Because that poor... But no, this is not just an extra thick wall. This is a above ground water cistern. Which I'm going to be testing pretty soon here. We're almost done building the dam. I just need to fill it up first. What was what? The thing that we killed? That was a dwarf going berserk. Foods are horrendous. Absolutely fucking hurt. Because it's constantly pouring rain. Trying to build an above ground fort. Basically, I picked like literally the worst place to build an above ground fort. The dwarves are constantly in a state of panic and disgust and distress and terror and mourning, and PTSD and everything. Because they're always outside and always in the rain. I can't read that, so I'm trying to say. But yes, this is going to be a big old water system. Here? Oh. Kind of tired of adding more. Or don't do any. Not going to have every language in existence. No Superman. Water traps are pretty damp. Apparently, oh, gold bar. Walls is going to be gold. You know what? Screw it. That's let's hope this whole thing, once we get this wall layer done, we'll test out pumping it up and filling it up. Works. And while it's filling, we will put a ceiling on it. We'll test the damn thing. The idea is that baddies will walk in through here, walk along this, walk along this, walk along this, get to about here, and then I'll close that drawbridge as well as the one on the right, and then fill the whole thing up with water, and then open up the drawbridge on the left, and they'll go boosh out the door. And then we run in there and we up all the waterlogged, bloated corpses. And then all the weapons. Crush the bodies. Rinse. Or they just climb over the sidewall and or they literally walk around my wall. All of those are possible. Eat a goose. Eat a gander. So how is everybody this Monday? Lurky today. Weird. I've hit 1.1 million. Channel. View count now says 1.1. They're just saying 1M. I don't know how I feel about that. I'm exhausted. I actually really hate that Twitch doesn't publicly show view counts on. I want to show my view count. Shows that I've been here for a while. Follow count is not that relevant. Whereas view count gives birth to a girl. Scripting? What's you scripting? Gives you deep nostalgia. I played a lot of Rome too. A little bit of Rome 1 rather. Rome Total War. Played a lot when I was Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Almost done with it. I've basically just kind of gone to just tweeting out clips of the stream occasionally. Seems to work. I don't have to worry about stressing over Twitter anymore. Something I kind of want to do, which a friend of mine did for a bit, which looks like a lot of fun, is he ran a D&D campaign thing through his Twitter account. And so every other day, he tweeted out a poll as to what the adventurer should do, and it was 3 options. He had dice rolls at home, and he was literally running a little D&D campaign. He had writing and everything along. Kind of fun. Gonna watch that develop. But Twitter is like very much a relation. Got some way of like, I don't want my Twitter to just be like stream is live because like, no, I'm a stream. That's not a particularly following me on Twitter. You're fine. Not hard to do if you have a Twitter dev account. I'm assuming you have a Twitter dev account. Now that your headache's gone, you've been distracted about thinking about Libirds? Their mimicking abilities? Huh. I'm not entirely certain I know what a Libird is. Huh. I mean, I don't know what you mean, Tapioca, but that's okay. I'm not developing a Twitter bot. Yeah, I know. And it drives me nuts. Wasn't a problem up until 4 days ago. And there's something weird on the software side of OBS in its discussions with my mixer. And there seems to be nothing I can do about it. I need to just sit down and, like, come up with exactly what the problem is. And before some smartass is like, maybe your gate's too loud. There's no gate on it. There's no... Disabled all that shit, and I still... I don't know. But I also have some other weird problems with this... with the software side of this mixer, because the mixer itself works just fine. When I plug it in independently and don't run it through OBS, any other software works. OBS specific problems. I don't know. I just don't worry about it too. It's a good old classic, just blame the most recent Windows 10 update. Everything was fine until Windows Update. Also, I think you're the first person prior to call out what this soundtrack is the second it came on. Berserk Dwarf. Oh, there you are. Ugh. Last very long. Fish to the cook. kind of got wrecked. I love that I just have the burial room set as the temple, and there's just more and more dwarves in there meditating on death. I just can't wait for the summer to be over, chat room. The other thing I can't wait for is I can't wait for nation modes. I'm actually really curious about when we're gonna get a proper. Yo, here's a time frame as to when it'll be done. I feel like they're running, or they're making really good time. Then again, who knows about the background side of that stuff. Hello, Lou. Loadclaw is back. Hard thing to say. Say that 5 times. Been neat to see. I haven't caught one of his streams yet because he keeps doing them while I'm streaming. Frustrating. Tell him I said hi. What? Your screen stopped working. I don't think I've had any. I haven't had anything super major. This is like the first issue. Basically, Windows used to detect, or OBS specifically used to detect my mixer as 5 audio inputs because it's a 5-channel mixer. Used to always detect it as 5. Now it detects it as 3. And they're all at half volume. And I can't fix it. It detects the first 2 as 1 and only plays them in the left channel. And if I plug it into the second channel, it detects it as 1, but only in the right channel. And if I plug it into the third channel, it detects it and it works, but at very low volume. If I use the 5th or 6th channel, it works, but at very low volume. And if I use a 7th channel, an 8th channel, because they're on the same channel, it's all of them in one at incredibly high volume. And I have no logical explanation for why that's happened. It works just fine with all other software, not OBS. So, like, I think that, like, Windows changed something that OBS hasn't accounted for yet. That's my only explanation. So, whatever it is, I hope it gets fixed. Oh, you've stopped watching him? Okay. I mean, he was gone for a really long time, so that happens. Hopefully not for bad reasons. Hopefully I didn't spark any wounds there. All right, let's put rock on. I probably don't need to put a roof on this. Okay if I don't. All right. That got hooked up? Yep, it did. And there we go. Still need to swing by and see. All right, here we go. See if this thing works. Big moment. You guys think it'll work? Actually, I hope it has enough power. Got total power 160. It's using 60. Okay, I don't. No biggie? Ah, I got you. Probably won't help me understand what you're understanding. No, that's not the issue. I can tell you right now that that's not the issue. They're not unbalanced. The problem is they're only going into one channel. Like, I know how to fix all of the normal problems. I fixed them before myself. Go. What, you were right that it probably won't help? Blame Sui? I don't blame anything on Sui. Sui's a wonderful person. People who blame other people for their problems need to do some serious self-examination. Piano Lou, if it's anything I should know about, like if I should avoid him too, send me a DM. If not, then don't. We'll put a upper wall around this. Sui is the problem. Now, you should have told me this before I invited her into my stream. Okay, fair enough. Just making sure I didn't miss something. I mean, if you watch any of my VODs, Arch, you might encounter my rant about how I hate things that are labeled as challenge and how I think it's just like the equivalent of streamer clickbait and content creator clickbait. Yet Sui is in my stream team and made a thing called the Hot Potato Challenge. Looks super empty. I mean, it's literally just a black background. It looks like I'm in a studio is what it looks like. When in reality, I'm just in a very hipstery, small-ass apartment. I mean, I would be in favor of that, to be honest with you. Just like marry it in the Halcyon Hot Seat. I think we kind of need to keep the Hot Potato Challenge and the Halcyon Hot Seat separate to a degree. I don't know. I think we're actually having a meeting soon, and we're going to talk about that shit. Because I personally think that we should marry the two for the charity event. Instead of having like the hot potato charity event, have like Hot Potato X Halcyon Frequency charity event or some shit. Because then that way, if something ever happens to the hot potato in the future, or if it stops being a thing, then we still have a charity event that we can run that isn't necessarily hot potato, but people know what it is. So you need to join us. Good luck. I don't think we have unnecessarily stringent requirements, but we have pretty stringent requirements. I actually get kind of a large number of requests for people inquiring about joining the team, oddly enough, because I'm the business contact. I get like 3 or 4 a month or so. Kind of surprises me. It's almost like we kind of pull a lot of traffic. But we're always talking it over with people. Everything is an open discussion. I know my cousin was asking me about that too. Like, so what does it take to join a team like yours? I was like, get you a check mark and we'll talk. And he's like, okay. Wasn't on your dream wish list? Incredibly flattering, sir. Well, that works flawlessly. Kinda took a long time to put it together, but working. I mean, I'm just happy we made it through the recent Twitter fallout, you know? Cheers, Lou. You have a good one. Enjoy working on your project. Hope it's a fun project. Mind sharing what the project is, if I can ask? Twitter fallout? Oh, just when the roughly end of May into June, there was a really big round of, like, basically a Me Too movement in the games industry. A lot of big companies like Ubisoft got caught up in it real bad. A lot of people got exposed for being abusers, basically. And there was quite a few streamers that got caught up into it too, including like a Word doc or a Google Doc that had like something like 500 names on it by the end of it of people that were accused of being of various forms of abuse throughout. And nobody from my team got caught up in that, which I'm incredibly for. Open space. What? How is that open space? Uh-oh. Well, I gotta pull a lever. We gotta... There's a hole in the wall, guys. I'll start dumping water into my fortress. Pull the lever. Ah, gotcha. Well, have fun with your project. Okay, so that should stop this from flowing. But I can't really get up there. So you know what? Wait, what? Where's this water? Oh. Dwarf tried to run through that door. Well, let's just forbid it. Let's just try this. Lever, are you? Where is this water coming from? Like, actually. What? Open space. Oh, I know exactly where it's coming. Okay. Dwarves. Oh, I see. It's slated for removal. Don't remove the door. Lock the door. Okay, this is fine. You hook up to that bridge, please. You know, for years I had many teams that I dreamed when I first started streaming. There was groups of people that I won't even bother to name. A lot of them don't exist. One of them got caught up in the recent Twitter drama and got nuked into oblivion, which sucks. There was quite a few teams that I looked at back in the day where I was always like, man, I want to be like that. I want to do that. I never thought that I would start a stream team with somebody and then that group of people grow to be a thing that other people point at that and go, I want to be like that. I want to be in that, be part of that group. It's kind of a weird reversal, you know? Like, you always kind of think that you're just going to join and become a part of somebody else's thing, not, like, literally start your own thing. I guess it's kind of like playing the game in hard mode. I guess that's kind of what I've been doing. Kind of. Like, literally, me and FG, the reason we wanted to start Halcyon wasn't to be a group like that, but it was literally just because we were tired of dealing with other people's stream teams. Like, that was it. We just were tired of dealing with other people's stream teams. Like, it was quite literally that simple. Anybody hooking? There you go. Dwarf is linking building to trigger. And then I can turn on the lock, and then I can lock the doors, and Fisher Dwarf's been found dead. Yeah. Of course he was. Committed a crime. And justice was served in the form of a swift slap to the side of the head. All right, let's put all the dwarves underground. Barimano. Very much for the raid. Welcome. Cheers. What are we playing today? Hey, Sax. I saw you were streaming earlier. Thanks for bringing friends. You decided to watch Vera instead. I know quite a few people who have that problem. They start streaming, they're like, I could keep streaming, or I could just go watch this person. We're working on this, which is currently draining. Need to unlock it. This is a thing. Yes, this is how I would describe it. This is a an above-ground drowning trap. Which I now have access to the inside of again, and I can fix that hole that was in the wall. It was a problem. But yeah, so it's kind of like a big old hollow wall. This is the ground level, so it's this big old hollow wall. Right above it is this kind of big old cistern, which is filled up by this stack of screw pumps over here, powered by wind, which fills up to here. And we're going to kind of put an outline around the top of it. We're going to fill this up with water, and with one lever, we pull it and drown everybody. What, the above-ground drowning thing? It's taken all day, man. Well, part of yesterday and all of today. Like, this is what we've been building today. It's been going pretty good. The dwarves are in a constant state of, ah, which isn't great. So keeping the dwarves sane is difficult. What were you guys playing today? I know that Sax was playing Dwarfs earlier. But whatever it was, I hope it was entertaining. You're doing some above ground too. This chaotic, ugly mess of a fort is a thing. Very boxy. So what's your reasoning behind doing stuff above ground? DF in the morning, Fallout 1 in the afternoon, Darkest Dungeon in the evening. Solid little rotation. I like your taste in games. Yeah, what sort of character? I've kind of wanted to try and like push this stream a little bit more towards classic RPGs a little bit, but I need to get brave, and I haven't been brave in a while. So instead, we're just gonna do a couple days of Caves of Cud. I need to be brave and buy myself Underrail, because that's the game that I'm kind of want to be brave and play. Underrail. Few days of struggle? But what if I don't want a few days of struggle? CDDA is into CRPG. I kind of have issues with CDDA, which is well documented on this channel. All right, we can pull the lever again. Let's lock this door. That door is still locked, excellent. Back to doing this. Although I need more blocks, so we'll wait. Dolomite. Somebody you know, King? Has he played it a lot? My problem with CDDA is when I play a game like that, I really want to play a game that has design direction. And that's why I know people will be like, oh, but like Dwarf Fortress has feature creep and feature bloat, and it's like not even remotely close to the level of CDDA. Not even remotely close. They're both user goal driven, for sure. But you want to know the main difference? One has one guy working on it. Well, 4 people work. And they know what they want to make. They have like a set list of things they want to add. CDD adds features for the sake of features because features can be added. And so the result is you have this conglomerate mess of stuff. They're both user goal driven for sure, but the design of the game has no direction. It's just, oh, let's add things because features. And that's my issue. So whenever I play a game like that, after a couple of hours of it, of messing about and seeing different features that are underdeveloped and different features that are very well developed, that are obviously made by completely different groups of people that aren't communicating in the slightest, it's like, I want to play CDD. I just don't want to play CDD. I just want to play Caves of Cud. I want to play Adom. I want to play Tales of Michelle. I want to play literally any other. So, have I played the Pillars games? Too much reading. And the combat doesn't look interesting. The reason I'm interested in Underrail is the combat looks interesting. Combat doesn't look interesting. Pillars games. That's what I'm assuming they're referring to as Pillars of Eternity. I need varied builds and replayability and intriguing combat. Don't give a fuck about lore and story in those games generally. So, I like it when a game has lore, but I want the lore to be optional. Isn't that literally every game, though? Like, find a game with that much replayability and options that doesn't have overpowered builds. Way too intense music. Investments are open. Water trough, yeah. gonna drown anything that walks into that. That human walking so slowly. Close person's walking. Water trough with fish in it. Witcher's got good music. And there's a lot of good playlists for it. The Witcher 3. This is Witcher 3. RPG am I interested in? None really. That's the thing. Okay, here's my problem. Game's paused. Full screen. I hate CRPGs. They're boring fucking messes with dull combat and uninteresting worlds, and I just can't deal with it. There's no stress because it's all just quick saving. There's no anxiety. There's no interest. I want something that actually like punishes me. So I go and I look at those games, and most CRPGs I just look at and I'm just like, okay, you've got a cool premise and a cool world and like neat ideas, but I don't actually want to play your fucking video game. That's the problem that I have with CRPG. So I hate CRPGs. I'm kind of interested in Underreal because the combat looks great. Everything else about that game I have no fucking interest. I have no interest in the Pillars franchise. Never really got into the Planescape games. My favorite Fallout game is Fallout Tactics. Yeah. CRPGs just means computer RPG, in the traditional sense. So like your isometric Fallouts are a CRPG. Pillars of Eternity games are CRPGs. Planescape and Torment, those games are CRPGs. I think Neverwinter Nights counts as a CRPG. Just old school PC RPGs. Disco Elysium, CRPG. Baldur's Gate's a CRPG. That's a CRPG. The Divinity games are CRPGs. But yeah, my problem with them is they're way too text-driven. But any build can be made viable? Dull. No, really not. Like that's the problem. It's like I love the idea. Here's what I like about CRPG. I love the idea of CRPG, and I want to like CRPG. But CRPGs don't like me. Because CRPGs in theory have everything that I love about games. I like roguelikes. I like big open world roguelikes with massive varieties in combat and interesting build potential. I like that kind of game. Permadeath, that's brutally difficult, that has no fear in fucking you. The problem that I have with most CRPGs is they have all those mechanics that I would in theory like, but balance it in such a way that I have no interest in playing the goddamn video. I like tabletop RPGs? Abso-fucking-lutely. That requires other human beings. If I liked other human beings, do you think I would live in my house and never leave and sit in front of a computer all day streaming for a living? No, I hate tabletop. Not my shit at all. I'm sure it is, but I don't know. Forget I even brought the whole subject. No, ARPGs are different. ARPGs are different. It could also not, Miku. Still requires other people. I like board games. I don't like tabletop RPG. I play Dwarf Fortress so that I don't need to play tabletop. You know, some people play those games for like the social interaction or the other things you get out of it, and being around friends. And I love board games. Don't have any interest in. Not the same thing. That barony game, you're gonna need to be more specific. You know what you're talking about? Multiplayer first-person roguelike. Gross. I mean, if it's not turn-based, it ain't no roguelike. Is it an action roguelite or some shit? Dungeon delving doesn't make it a roguelike. Unless it's turn-based. I don't know, you said multiplayer, so my brain shut off. The moment you say it's multiplayer, like 70% of the interest I had in it goes... If it ain't grid-based and turn-based, it ain't no roguelike. I can't wait to potentially play Rogue Legacy 2 and tell a lot of people that it's not a roguelike. Can't wait to be that guy. So excited. It's the best roguelike. It ain't no roguelike. What are you talking about? Ain't dumb. See how deep this is. Almost. Fills up nice and fast, too. The big question is, how quick is it going to empty? Word. But, could you link it or something, Rip? Steam's down for me right now. I think it's maintenance time. No, wrong day of the week for it, maintenance. And don't call it a roguelike if it's not turn-based. Not simple. It's like calling Age of Empires a turn-based strategy game. Why would you do that? It's not a turn-based strategy. Excuse you about what? Oh, it's absolutely okay if you lurk. Welcome to lurk here, friend. That being said, I need to try Blight Bound. Reason I need to try Blight Bound is one of my moderators was and I didn't know until after it came out. And he's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm one of the designers on this. I was like, what? Remember him saying that he got a job working on another game, and I was just like, oh neat, what game? And he's like, oh, I can't tell you. I was like, oh. Games industry, I get it. And he's just like, oh yeah, by the way, that game I was working on, Blightbound. I was like, what? Oh, all right. Try that. Fisher Dwarf has gone stark raving mad. What was I supposed to excuse me of? Or for? But generally when I explain to people, it's like, oh, well, if it's not turn-based, it can't be a roguelike. It's like calling StarCraft a turn-based strategy game. Generally, people suddenly start calling it a roguelite. Because it's very easy to, like, determine the difference. Turn-based, it's probably not a roguelite. Although, I genuinely just, generally just assume that people don't know what they're talking about when they're talking about roguelikes and aren't being willfully ignorant. That are willfully ignorant. Nope. I have no interest in Flight Simulator. I mean, that's just not true, so... What? Okay, are you trying to get timed out? Tapioca. Because, you know, there's willful ignorance and then there's just being an ass. And you can figure out which one you're being right now. Just reading what you're saying is making me lose brain cells. Watch out, that dwarf's got a gun. Missed my company? Hang up more then. A cool little thing. I've never actually built an above ground cistern this big before. It's kind of a first for me. Well, it's gonna be pretty curious to see how quickly the whole thing drains from right there. Really hope this thing's like a big old water cannon. What program are you watching? Now head sharks? Eh. That's even... Berserk dwarf leaving. Who's beating up the dwarves that are just arriving. Down in the bottom left. Dwarves arriving, and there's a berserk dwarf just like punching them. I mean, that's one way to get welcome to the port. Also, the frame rate's not super thrilled about all that water that's... Oh, he's dead. It's such a comfy looking fort, but don't be fooled. It's very much a tantrum hellhole. Like Kogan, the Mason has bled to death. Dusum, Shem. 4 dwarves are just found dead. All out here. All bled to death. They got murdered as they arrived. This is... We can look over all the death and murder? Sure. Safe and comfy and everything's fine. I mean, Sax, you had a dwarf named in this fort that died, like, within minutes. Remember? So, day 1, a dwarf died to an alligator. Luckily, the alligators haven't come back, but... But it is pretty looking. It's a lovely little layout. Dare I say it's very Krug Smashy looking. And I really want to drown those humans. Also, what's also? Forever cozy. Cozy in his liquid grave. Also what? Like with much more ingredients than it should have? I have no idea. I've never looked. Like, you mean infinitely repeating ones that have like a billion ingredients in them? I don't think so. Although I don't generally look at roasts too often. Got 2 dwarves starting fist fights, some reporting crimes. I need more chains. Euthris and Ognet. Yeah, no, I haven't had that. I've certainly seen screenshots of stuff like that happening. I've never personally seen. I know it happens. I've had like, yeah, I've had artifacts with like 15 images of themselves on them. Sure. 1,240. Kind of low. All the prepared food barrel it was stored in was valued at 64,000. I mean, it's fancy food. All craft store ship was of the highest quality, I guess. Get everybody underground. Oh no. He's been found dead. We punished him too heavily. Alright. Outer wall doors. Oh shit. Good thing I tested that, because this one over here is apparently a retracting bridge kind of bridge, but that's okay. I can still test it. Tunnel side door. And forbid that. Because they wanted roasts at 200%, so a single one was on. Man, you've made some 5-star quality foods right there. I thought that was supposed to also pull that one up. I guess not. Well, let's test this regardless. Let's see how big the whoosh is. If you're lurking, you might want to look up, because I'm about to pull a very important lever. I'm going to see how big the whoosh is. First, I need a dwarf to come pull that lever. Goes. I think that's quite effective, chat. I think that is quite effective. Yeet. Seems good. What do you guys think, chat? Only drained it halfway, too. Neat. I mean, currently we won't, because they'll just walk in the other front door, the door up top that isn't currently locked correctly, but I don't think it's draining anymore. Now it's no longer draining. Let's see how quickly this thing drains while the dwarves all hang out in the basement. And hopefully don't kill each other. Yeah, that's fixable. It's like a water cannon. I mean, the game's not going exactly well. How's Hobo today? Also, hi, Exxon. It's not a casual drowning chamber. It's a hardcore drowning chamber, I'll have you know. Okay, problem. It's draining way too goddamn slow. We'll pull that lever. We'll drain faster. This isn't the wrong one. My old PC won't display out. Yeah, that's... There it goes. Now this door is open. A lot of water. Like, that is a legit large amount of water. What's up, Screw It? Board guy. It's an artificial tsunami. Yeah, exactly. There you go. I like it. Might need a pit that drains the water quicker somehow. I mean, I could add just like another side door, like one something. That could help. I mean, I could also drain the water into the lake, but then we have the potential of getting corpses in there, which I kind of really don't want. That's just going to make the tanchming problem like 1,000 times worse. You know what I mean? Although it can't be that deep because that dwarf's just like running through it. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty shallow. It gets kind of deep towards the end. Where the heck are you going, dwarf? This is one hell of a way to get it to take a shower. They do that sometimes. You know? Okay, no, I didn't. I was like, I think I may have accidentally just drowned a Cyclops. Did I mistakenly just kill a Cyclops? No, I didn't. Yeah, no, I didn't. Thought I did for a moment. Haven't made one in years? I mean, we could totally repurpose this as also a mist generator. Which is kind of something I'm planning on doing. Probably later point. Like, build a side hole in this and drain it into the top of here and spray mist down into there. Almost done draining. Just because I make something cool doesn't mean you need to automatically ruining it by saying, "It's the toilet!" And it kind of ruins it a little bit for me, regardless of what I made. Like, it's a toilet! It's like, oh, it's an artificial tsunami, which is 10 bajillion times cooler than it's a toilet. Like, congratulations, you've degraded yourself to the level of child. Doesn't mean I like it. I'm not proud. I'm very disappointed at your lack of maturity. It's like, you know, if I have a dwarf named Cogsack and you go, he said sack. Come on. Come on, we're all adults here. We've graduated beyond potty humor. I think. At least I hope. Very, very serious stream here. We only talk about the most serious topics. There's no joking around or silliness here, okay? I'll have you know. It's very serious stream. But we only talk about the serious things. Very serious. I don't know. It's not a toilet, okay? Don't insult my big cool thing. I made big cool thing. Make it sound big and cool. So that I can maintain some sense of dignity. It's a toilet. It's like saying every single base I make looks like a penis. But it's not a penis, it's just a banana. Okay? You know, whenever anybody's just like, yo, that base looks phallic, I always just respond with, your face looks phallic! And then I feel bad. All in the nose, you know? Because I'm very mature with my comebacks. Maybe it's just on you. Yeah, that's kind of what I think. It's like, ink splotches, penis. What do you think this is? Penis. What do you think that is? Penis. What does that look like to you? Probably a penis. I mean, who knows? I mean, maybe that's just what they like, you know? It's not our place to judge. Turn this bedroom into a... And, you know, it's really not our place to judge. Maybe that's just what they like seeing. And, like, you know, I don't like my nice bases that I put so much effort into making look interesting and unique being told it just looks like a human organ. But why? Why not? Yes. Although I did once make a base, a kitchen. I was like, that's my kitchen. And chat's like, that looks like a stomach. Like, that's oddly fitting. That one I was okay with. Or like the base that I made that looked weirdly similar, like, looked like it could be a cartoon dinosaur head with wings. It was just the perfect shape to be like a cartoony little dino. Even the largest embark would never fit it. I don't know about that. Maybe Canada. Okay, and you can put 14 Frances in Canada. What's your point? Sweden is tiny. Got ourselves a possession. As you can tell, my comparisons are a little Goat, full. Donkey, duckling, full. Ender can just roam. Computer posted! Chat, can I get a round of beers? Because it ain't dead. It is not dead! Okay, why didn't that work? I'm very confused. I didn't see any of the ones that Kerbanog put in chat, but... Literally did nothing and now it works. Okay, I mean, that's good. Enjoy your lurks. Fire emotes now. That's fine. About it. Don't worry about it. Go to bed, Cyrilek. Got an email from Dropbox. I haven't used your service in... Having gems. Still, so... Did that traction bench yet? Yes, they did. Holy shit. I've been waiting on a traction bench for ages, and this dwarf's had a broken back for a very long time. Craft store shop. Craft store shop, nothing. Yes, it's The Witcher 3. Well, it's specifically chill town music for the soundtrack. For 2 hours, brain not shutting up. Get up and drink a shot of rum. I'm going to lay down again. Good luck. I just want to know a new season of this show, because the show was a fun watch. I'd really like a second season of that. That Surface channel? I'm not sure what you're referring to. In the thing with the water in it? Water cannon. Itchy King, hello. Oh, that thing? Yeah, it's a water cannon. Currently, it's draining. But that's my defensive system. Do me a favor and go deal with that thing for me. Oh, you began a mysterious construction. Silver bars, oval cut pink garnets, llama bone, donkey full bone, radiant cut onyx opals, cheetah leather, and olive. But yeah, so this is like the tunnel. They walk through this all the way over to here. And then they go into the fort, but I close this door, and then we drain through here this whole thing, plus this whole thing worth of water into that level. And it goes all the way up to here. But this is just kind of where you can look down into it. And yeah, and then it just fills up this whole thing right here, which is almost empty, although it's taking longer to drain. The pressure's a thing. So we'll have to figure out some method of draining it a little quicker. Also destroying my frame rate with water physics, but it's fine. Although we're still dealing with the bajillion D1 tantrums and things. It's been kind of rough. Thief? Oh, hey. Oh, hey, two. Cobalts. Hey, cobalts. I love how we're technically at peace with the cobalt. All right, so this will be a raising bridge this time. I'll hook it up to the right thing. In 10 years, that'll be done draining. So the frame rate's kicked. Good. There we go. Einod has created an animal, Einog, the animal trainer, has created Shagaw Dalzat. Thicket the Gomining Mining Tooth, an olive wood figurine. A mouthful. Claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Unib Stokerboat. Stokerboat is a really good last name. It's worth 56,400. This is an olive wood figurine. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of olive wood by Einod. The artwork relates to the destruction of large numbers of interpreted in Boltfishers in the mid-spring of 155. Masterfully designed image in olive wood by Einod. The artwork relates to the destruction of large numbers interpreted in Boltfishers. What does that mean? 155. On the it is encrusted with briolette onyx opal and diorite and decorated with donkey bone and circled with bands of silver. This object is adorned with hanging rings of olive wood and menaces with spikes of cheetah leather. And it is an image of the foggy coil, the fed tactics, and native gold Vudther, llama bone instrument. The item is an image of dwarves in pink garnet. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Boltfishers by the short eels in the silvers in the early spring of 150. Oh, large numbers interpreted. Okay. How did I destroy a book? This is a simulation game, Liam. Technically. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. You have to look it up in Legends. It's time that we make another boom. Yeah, no, Liam, the channel's kind of gone through some changes over the years, and I don't really play the types of games that I used to on stream. Really, like, I just don't have that much interest in them these days. Tried getting into SnowRunner, but that game was extremely disappointing. Kind of burnt me. Destroying is almost impossible in Dwarf. It's actually really, really difficult to destroy books. Sob is throwing. I've always wondered about Krug Smash's videos. Do you guys think he's ever had like a tantrum spiral and then like gone back to an earlier save and fixed it? Damn, that game was disappointing, King. Most mad I've been at a game in a long time. Yeah, that would be a very traumatizing event for a dwarf, wouldn't it? Seeing their great works destroyed. I mean, it is kind of silly. Wait, where'd you come from? Their caravan left like half a season ago. There's laws for large numbers? That's not good. Hopefully we don't break the laws of large numbers. Dwarven trading caravan has arrived. Good thing we have plenty of fish barrels. Plenty of statues. Actually going to be kind of curious. Guess they can't get into my fort, actually. No, that's wagon accessible, supposedly. They didn't bring a wagon. Ah. Wagons have bypassed the site. Not my fault the tunnel ain't done draining it. Is it? Oh no, how dare you type it in? I must uphold the law then. Can't let you type in illegal numbers. I should just go to Google and type in illegal numbers and see what pops up. I'm sure that there's probably a bunch of, like, numbers that have been deemed illegal. I don't know how you would enforce that. An illegal number is a number that represents information which is illegal to possess, utter, propagate, or otherwise transmit some legal jurisdiction. Any piece of digital information represented as a number, consequently, if communicating a specific set of information is illegal. Really? That's funny. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Oh, hey, you've changed. Let's discuss your situation. Well, the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Well, the other one kind of was having tantrums the last time he was... You know, we probably need new clothes. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer for your craft store ship. I mean, it doesn't matter what you want, because you're getting fish and statues. Farewell, dwarves. Our fortunes rise and fall together. That got way darker than I wanted it to get, but fair enough. Believe it. Oh, hey, look, a cave crocodile. Bet you the dwarves can hear it through the walls. Heavy lumbering was probably very loud, deafening to the dwarven ears. Emotional shock, eh? Everybody's bringing items to the depot. At least that end is starting to drain. I know what I'm going to do over here. I think I'm going to cover this whole wall all the way along here. Fortifications, like replace it with fortifications. Like remove all of this construction all the way along here. Replace it with fortifications. And then put drawbridges all the way along it that are permanently up, and then we can drop them down to just... Oh boy. And well. Although this is kind of just a cruddy fishing village, no dwarf would want to live here. Curious about how much water flies out of there that gets opened. There's a weasel running around in here. Over there on the right of the tunnel. Not much. This area must be pretty shallow at this point. That'll be plenty. Just companies for you. I know that Illumination, okay, Illumination, studio that makes a certain Minions film, owns the copyrights to the color Minion Yellow. Is a very specific shade of yellow, which I am eternally annoyed by. All right, let's also grab any weapons that they brought. Maybe not the training weapons. That stuff's expensive because that's a steel breastplate. Wish I could take so much, but my animals. Need to take some heavy items from them. How about them steel step ladders? Yeah, no, they're never going to be able to trade with me. They didn't bring wagons. That I will simply offer those. Oh, wow. I can't even give them those few barrels. I can give them a barrel. Okay, I'll give you a fish barrel as a gift. That's it. Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, no, they own the color, the RGB value. Yeah. You can't use or sell that specific color of minion yellow. I remember reading the articles about when that all happened, and this is ridiculous. Utterly fucking ridiculous. But, you know, it isn't utterly fucking ridiculous. I think that this weapon is kind of a success. All in all. Frankly. I think we've done a pretty good job, chat. I think we've done a pretty damn fine job. Like, look at this shit. Look at all that water that's just, like, out. I think that Boltfishers is going to put a new name for ourselves on the map pretty soon. But with that being said, a dwarf was stricken by melancholy, and somebody else went insane. I think now is a good time to remind everybody that this fort is falling to pieces. So, what if we call it a day on DF for the day? Play some Brigador. What do you think? Anybody else down for some Brigador? I think that was pretty. What is the weapon? A really long tube that goes whoosh and drowns a lot of things. Basically, it's a big cistern above ground. That's one layer up. That's 2 Z levels deep, full of water that pump stack pumps water into. And then things walk into tunnel and it goes boosh! They get shot out the back. We've streamed like 6 hours of dwarfs today. But we're going to jump over to some Brigador for the remainder of the stream. So if you're only just tuning in and you're here specifically for dwarfs, there's some Userunes streaming, I think. Userune or Mossy Griffin, one of those two will keep you company with dwarfs. Very hygienic until they get all bloated and watered. Gross. But if you just want more Dwarf Fortress content, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could really reasonably watch in a lifetime. I stream Dwarf Fortress roughly 6 days a week. Although tomorrow I think we're just going to do Caves of Cut all day because I got the itch. If you want to support my DF stuff directly,